And I'm back. Hey there, cats and kittens. It is me, your weird Uncle XP. It's been about 2 years since we've spoken. I am sorry it's been about 2 years since we've spoken. I truly hope you're doing well. I am getting over a pretty bad chest cold. It's the reason why my voice sounds like this, and it's also the reason why I am probably at some point during this recording going to end up coughing directly into your ear. I'm going to do what I can to avoid coughing directly into your ear, but fair warning, I'm probably going to fuck that up. So, Iris the Haunted One. Since the last time I did one of these, there have been two major DLC. There's Moonstone the Bard, who I'll discuss her more later in a different video. She's complex enough that she deserves her own lecture. Iris is a fabulously complicated character that I at first was not into until I spent enough time learning how her weird uh, spirit power works. She is now my favorite of the three heroes. She is she's a tremendously powerful character that is also again extremely complicated. So the purpose of this stream and recording, the purpose of this is going to be to discuss and to help you figure out how to play this fabulously complicated character, Iris. I am going to eschew my usual babbling for an hour and a half and just get right into it because this is going to be long enough as it is. So, to begin with, Iris gets to start with a gang of two. You're going to be able to begin with a choice of three dudes. In this case, between a weasel, a beaver, and a wolf. Because Iris has enough defensive measures on her own, we don't need a beaver. I'm not super fussed about weasels. I'm going to be taking a wolf this time. I'm going to be making one minor change as soon as I get him. I'm giving myself one mulligan. Amelia Cosworth with a notched round shield is good. Notch sword sucks, but the round shield is very good. I'm okay with that. I'll take it. And combat positions. We're going to be putting Iris into the back row. Amelia Cosworth. We're going to get her a better weapon as soon as possible, but that's okay because the first scripted encounter with Iris actually has two pretty decent weapons in it. So, to begin, you were called to this tunnel by a vision and a dream. Terrible dreams that have visited you every night since the Blackchurch. The day you rode under Ender banners when you burned the homes of innocents where you looted their remains. No amount of penance will save your soul. The shadow stands alone in the tunnel, bearing the face of one such innocent from Blackchurch. It speaks in a meek, ghostly tone. Some sins cannot be absolved, Spirit remarks. Absolution is a personal aim. Justice need not be. It creeps closer to you. You helped unleash forces you will never understand. Now you are bound to them by guilt. You have renounced your old colors. Now a darker banner must fly above you. Vengeance must be brought against House Ender. Bind with the spirits. So this is her whole deal. She used to be with the Enders. She was directly involved with the burning of the Blackchurch. The whole reason why our band of angry furries is coming to this city to murder the prince to begin with. She was instrumental in that, and now she is literally haunted by ghosts. Every single one of her spirits is, well, you'll see. Each of her spirits has two different abilities. I'll get into those abilities in just 1 second. You're going to notice over in the left-hand side of this right-hand side of the screen. Good job, Alex. Yes, my real name is actually Alex. I apologize. It isn't really XV. But I'm going to refer to myself as XV anyway, because that was an unguarded moment. So you're going to see that there's two different entries, untethered and possessing a character. Untethered, each turn, the first time you enter your hand, the entire party gains one, I forget what it's called already, vigor, and possessing a character. Untethered is you have cast this, you've summoned the spirit onto an empty space. Possessing a character, you have summoned the spirit directly onto another character. There's a very important difference between the two. Iris is a very, very firmly risk versus reward character. To increase her power, she is going to need to take on some handicaps of increasing severity as we go through. I'll point them out to you when we get to them. This one, there's no downside to taking the spirit. We're going to be taking all of the spirits, by the way. There's no reason, well, there is some reason not to, but there's no reason not to. We're going to be taking all the spirits. So, Moving forward. And our first scripted encounter. The group swiftly chase you down, taking positions around you. We saw you back there, one of them snarls. Convening with that demon. Heathen, one of them interjects. We won't allow such darkness in our city, the first continues. 10 fair wills it. They understand so little. Okay, so we're going to fuck up some bunnies. All right, so let's talk a little bit about how Iris works. This is her spirit wheel, I guess. Each one of these is going to be inhabited by a different spirit. This is her first spirit. It's not just a crescent. If you look carefully, you can see it's kind of a deformed mouse's head. It's the mouse from the alleyway that we just saw. So I can cast this directly on the. I can cast this directly on an empty square, or I can cast it directly on a person. It's going to have substantively different abilities depending on which one I do. Usually, spirits are more powerful when I cast them out on their own, but they will go away much faster. So to begin with, we're going to show you, this is what it looks like, cast out onto the street. It's unfortunate that this is being juxtaposed directly onto its face because it's got a pretty cool looking design. So, Please take notice of this right here, this 3 in an hourglass. That is its lifespan. That is how much time it will remain in existence. Each, that is 3-round lifespan. When it is untethered, that is to say, when it is not directly attached to a member of my party, it will tick down once per round. That means this will be out and available and giving me its buff or its ability for 3 rounds in total. Also, however, this is during that time an invulnerable, impassable wall. If they are attacking this guy, it will hit this and not go through. So this is in fact a very effective blocker for Iris in the back row. It's the reason why I took a wolf instead of worrying about getting a suitable first row person, because she actually can handle her own front row if and when necessary. Every round, this is going to tick down by 1 as long as it is not directly attached to one of my angry furries. When it is attached to my angry furry, it is no longer an invulnerable blocking machine. However, it will not tick down unless that character takes vitality damage, that is red damage, from any source. And each individual source of red damage that he takes will tick their lifespan down by 1. So if you get hit by a multi-strike attack that hits 3 times, this will go away. So in the meantime, for right now, untethered, the first time I empty my hand, everybody in the party gets a shot of vigor. If this was directly on one of the characters, you can put it onto my wolf, Cosworth. I can put it directly onto Iris. When they dump out their full stamina, while also having none of their own personal cards in your hand, that is to say, no weapons and no talents in hand, they will gain 1 stack of preparation, which will give them an extra card draw next round. Now, the cool thing about this is that this actually scales with the street. Each one of these spirits becomes more powerful each subsequent street. I'll point out the differences when we get to them, but in the meantime, I've wasted enough time. So, to begin with, there's no sense in throwing, you can't throw anything onto this. The only thing I can really do is move him over onto him, but in the meantime, I'm going to try to dump out my hand so that we can make use. Oops. Oh, no, I can't. Oh, I can. Look at that. You see, it jerked as though hit, and now it went down to 3. That's what that. Whenever you see that, that's what you're seeing. Is the untethered spirit is actively ticking down. All right. The other very important thing to note, and I'll point this out actually probably when we get back out onto the street. You're going to notice I do have 2 strikes, but I don't have any guards. She has 2 starting cards of her own, Spectral Barrier and Shadow Stab. They are actually pretty good cards and will last for a lot longer than Strike and Guard otherwise would. Spectral Barrier is 5 armor. If a spirit is directly in front of this character, +1 for each point of lifespan. So this will give her Oops, I was on the wrong guy. Hold on one second. So that'll give her 7. Excuse me. Sorry about that. Please note that this would it would count it as being there is a spirit in front of you, whether it is possessing a dude or if it is untethered. Also, the word possessing is a bit of a misnomer, because if that person moves off of the spot or is pushed off of the spot, the spirit will remain on that spot, the character will move. Iris can get a talent. I don't remember if it's a talent or a passive. We'll see when we get to it. That will enable her to move spirits along with the characters, so that it is more accurately tethers to them and moves along with them. But that is otherwise, that's going to be a choice that I will have to make. Otherwise, if they move off of the spot that has a spirit on it, they will be moving off of that spot. The spirit will remain and will begin ticking down. So anyway, all that being said, all right, so I'm going to take this moment to move him over onto him. Now, you can see right away also the graphic for the spirit has changed. This is what it looks like when Cosworth is being, in quotes, possessed by the spirit. She is standing on the same spot as the spirit, so she is, quote, possessed. Now, if she runs out of stamina, she'll get a stack of preparation. Quite nice. It's a nice way of getting a little bit of extra card draw, or a little bit of extra card usage with the shot of vigor. It's a good one to start off with. Anyway. And I don't think we need to be important. Shadow Stab. Normally 5 damage. If possessed by a spirit, if you're standing on a spot with a spirit, it's 10 damage instead. That's awesome. Okay, I don't need any of these. This encounter will always begin us with these... Excuse me, I'm eating something. These two, this encounter will always begin with... it'll always reward you with these 2 weapons. She will always have... Any run with Iris will begin, no matter what weapon your extra dude starts with. You will always have access to club and quarterstaff. It's the reason why we're taking a wolf, because I want to make sure that this quarterstaff is useful and stays used even when it is not in hand. Also because I very rarely actually start runs with wolves, and I really like them. So, anyway, moving on. And now here is this is the regular beginning of the game. So, Charity, we're starting with Charity, so that we have 5 rerolls in total. This is not it's not the worst. 8 max vitality is fine. We can start with 8 max vitality. And our informant. As you turn the corner, you find yourself confronted by a wiry figure, their identity masked by the dim light, but their noble birth betrayed by their fine robes. I know why you've come to Dawn's Point. The low, dry voice echoes off the cold stone. I can help you reach him. My family are being held captive in Old Town. Help us flee the city, and I will arrange you entry into the keep. Find a boat and free my family, then meet us in the sewers below the royal court. Do as I ask, and you will have your blood. You exchange a solemn, understanding nod with the old wolf before he sharply hurries off. It's been a while since I've done one of these, just, so you know, this is the informant. On each of the 3 streets to come, we're going to have a specific task to complete for him. First, we will need to spend $150. Second, we will need to clear 2 reasonably simple combats in a row. And finally, we will need to resolve a reasonably simple puzzle encounter. Okay, so away we go. Okay. All 3 of them going all in on him, so we're just going to go ahead and throw it directly on him. There's no reason to put it out to the ether just yet. Give me just a few seconds. All right. I'm trying to get back into the swing of actually, doing this. It's been a while. Give me 1 second. The reason why I am unfortunately I've said give me 1 second a couple of times is that I have become very used to my actual day job has changed. I'm now in a more of like a training role in my company, so I've become very accustomed to filling the space of if I'm not doing anything on camera with my students, then I they know that I'm doing a thing and I have not just abandoned them. I'm going to try to defeat that particular verbal tick. So, he said, I'm going to try to defeat that particular verbal tick. He said, immediately doing it. God's sake, man. All right. Anyway, so, have you all been? All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. To start with, the yellow powder it's not the worst because we do already have a quarterstaff. We're not going to start with either digging deep, and I don't really ever take protection. Let's see if we can get anything better, and we cannot. Fantastic. Okay. Oik, Vault. We're not going to bother with a sparring partner, obviously. Fish Butcher is interesting. It's going to give me it's going to give me three options, and all three of those options will put something into my deck. One of those things is going to be his Butcher Cleaver, which is it's fine as far as special weapons go. It's fine, but I'm not super into it. I'm gonna start with the Hidden Gem. That's not bad. Could be better. I don't know how satisfied I am with. I could do the maybe combat to the heavy patrol. I want to soak up as much experience and money as I possibly can this early on into the game. We're going to throw this directly in front of her, because I think we can probably. Okay. So, you see, it took all of those hits. It did not. It took all those hits, and then it ticked down once for the round that it is out. It is an impassable barrier for 3 rounds. There are certain things that we can do that will increase the amount of time it sticks around. It's not worth it, honestly. Throwing it out in front like this is only as a blocker. I don't have enough stamina to cast all of my cards at current time. Unless I get something like that. What are you doing? Yeah. You know what? Let's move you over here. Not bother taking any bleed damage this early on. And just end it. Okay, cool. Moving along. I'm going to take this No Mercy for one very specific reason. Give me 1 second. So previously I had put this money gem onto the shield because I'm planning on casting Round Shield every time it comes up. However, in terms of casting something every time it comes up, to make sure that I always cast this to get the full use of the gem, I'm going to put it in something that costs 0 to make sure that I don't ever have any excuse to not cast this card. And our first upgrade, extra will. This is pretty good, Resurrection, although I'm not going to be able to use it for a little while. But it is pretty good. It is going to. So reactivate all perished spirit slots. A perished spirit is a spirit that has fully evaporated. That is, it has been out on the street for 3 turns, or it has been on a dude and that dude has been hit and taken red damage 3 times. We're going to take it. And it's just going to basically sit as a tumor in our deck until she has enough stamina to cast it, unfortunately. And you will start with... Huh. Wow. Okay. So Solemn Vow is potentially an extremely powerful card. I don't have anything amazing that I am currently banishing, but there are quite a few. There are quite a few cards that I will have access to that will banish. Zealot's Promise is fine. It is going to it'll as long as I am banishing cards, it will give me a permanent card that will not permanent. It's a semi-permanent card. It'll last for the rest of the combat. Wrath, which is 20 damage to a lane. That is front and back. Throwing daggers is very, very powerful. I don't have a lot of prep just yet. Solemn Vow I am leaning heavily towards because there's quite a few banished cards that I might want to get back. That's what I'm gonna do. I am. I've just made. It's a very, very stupid thing that I've just done. You should not do that. You should always make choices based on what you have right now, not what you are going to have potentially later. Because there's a strong chance I won't run into any of those banished cards, and then I'll just have this carbuncle in my deck. We're going to go with the Heavy Patrol for the extra experience. And we'll see how we're doing. All right. So, got 8 and 8, so 16 damage coming in on you, and 10 damage coming in on you. That'll be fine. And let's get you into the back. We're not going to deal with you just yet. I'm going to cast you out into the street anyway to get the extra armor from that, and also because I can empty out my entire hand and get that figure. Okay. Okay, so she's going to take it from 2 different sources, but they're not going to do any damage to her. She's going to be fine. Yikes. Oh dear. I did not plan that well enough. My goodness. Okay. Let's see. Okay, both of these attacks are coming in straight on him, and it's his last turn out. So, wow, this is a bad round. I am a little concerned with how I am doing right away. I've made 2 decisions that are I've brought in 2 cards that I cannot use. And that is a concern to me. You need to die. You're the one who needs to die. Give me a second. Nope, not. Fudge. That is a deep concern. Oh dear. Okay, well, you're going to take another 8 damage. Iris does have quite a few abilities that will be able to get me some health back, but being down 19 out of 40 red damage already this early in the game is absolutely unacceptable. I am concerned for the way that I am playing. It's been a little bit... Shit. I may need to actually take a mulligan. He's about to take 20 damage, and he's only got 5 armor. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah. Oh no. Alright, so... This is an auspicious beginning, and he's also hitting him. Oh, son of a bitch. Oh dear. Yeah, wow, I've made a bunch of poor choices immediately, and now I'm going to pay for it. Would I actually be able to... Can I bounce back from this? Is this recoverable? I don't think it is. I have now literally 0 margin of error. It's not great. Oh no. What have I done? Oh dear. Okay, well. Alright, these guys both do 1 bleed. If either of them hits my wolf, and I can't... Yep! Wow, okay, so... Didn't end up going so well. We're going to go ahead and mulligan this one. Good lord. Give me just 1 second. Oh boy. Alright, so 1 more time, shall we? We're going to try to make some better choices this time around. I apologize. I make mistakes. All right, so our opening choices are beaver, weasel, and mouse. I'm going to start with a mouse. I still don't think I need to start with a beaver, and I want to have a slightly stronger beginning because, yeah, I want to have a slightly stronger beginning. So what have you got? Notched sword and a heater shield. God damn, that is awful. Well, I will have access to the. At the very least, I know I'm going to be able to get the quarterstaff. All right, I'm going to stop trying to show off, and instead, I'm going to start trying to show you how to actually play Iris. Well done, XP. Good, 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 good. Ugh. Okay. Okay. It's unfortunate. I always get excited when I have an opportunity to actually start as a wolf, and I always screw that opportunity up. It Okay, so I'm going to say a couple of words in my defense. Wolves are exceptionally powerful late game, but they're not great early game because their racial ability revolves around being able to play other people's cards. Early game, that is only useful if you have anything, if you have something in your stash, and also both of the talents I was offered, both of the talents I took. I shouldn't say offered. It was only my fault. Both of the talents that I took were, I mean, they gave me nothing right away. I'll take a Kimbo, and I'll take. I've just taken a Kimbo, so I'm going to stick with the club, but I'm going to keep the quarterstaff in the stash because I'm going to want to use it later. Starting off with charity, big money, no whammies. Oh God, whammies. Oh, that's awful. Okay, so we're gonna ditch some stuff. We're gonna ditch a strike. This is not an auspicious beginning, but we'll see. I'm only giving myself one mulligan. All right. So 16 damage incoming. So let's give you a boil. Peter's Shield is not my favorite by any stretch, but it's pretty good. It's a decent enough shield. It's expensive, and Feint is quite powerful if you can pull it off. But the problem is that pulling it off often involves a little bit of contortion, which I don't like. I'm going to get rid of it as soon as I can. It's enough of you, and okay. Yeah. Yikes. Not great. All right, so I don't need something that's situationally. Ooh, black flame already. Huh. Okay, I'll take it. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna mess around with my combat positions. I'm gonna put her in the back row anyway. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take altar because I do want the extra 15 max vitality, and then I'm gonna go after the black flame no matter what else is here. So I might be passing up on something decent, but I'm going to. We're going to put the extra 15 vitality onto Iris because she is load bearing. If she dies, the game is over. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm going to choose this one to make sure that this doesn't tick down. I want Black Flame. I'll be very, very upset if it gets taken away from me. Let's see. Guess we'll put it on herself. Okay. 1 stack of prep. What are you going to be doing? Let's see. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is... I'm going to do this instead. I'm having a whole conversation with myself that you're not privy to. I apologize for that. Moving along. Actually, yeah, that'll do. Don't get fancy, just fucking kill him, right? Quick hands, good. Don't need another club. Actually, I'm gonna take another club because I really don't like Heater Shield. It's too expensive, and club is 9 damage and 3 vulnerability. Please do not consume. Don't consume the black flame. Don't consume the black flame. We'll do another stamina now. I like Conduit a lot, and I'm going to take Conduit. So this is, again, discard card, discard my hand. It gives 3 lifetime to all adjacent spirits, which includes on the spot directly under her feet, and draws 3 cards. So it is, it's card draw, it self-banishes, and it is additional, it's additional lifespan to all of my active spirits. And Eager Strike is fine. It's not what I really wanted, but it's okay. And Black Flame, thank goodness. Okay, so you step towards the flame, noting its contradictory nature. It sits within the stone cavity, dancing freely above a tiny pool of rainwater. The longer you stare into the flickering silhouette, the more you are overcome by the distant, morose longing. Strange, isn't it? A voice emanates from the flame. How one feels the presence of absence. That which is no longer still carves a space in one's mind. Void that has weight, form, feeling, contradiction. The flame falls still. We who share this sight are bound by it. Tell me, sister, do you see it? I see it. So, this is going to be the first. I mentioned before that she is very risk versus reward. Every time you add a new spirit from here on out, there is going to be some form of downside. Either I'm going to be adding a ruin or ruins to my deck, or I'm going to be taking a direct hit to my max health, or I'm going to have to do a combat, or something is going to happen. In this case, I'm going to gain a pretty nasty ruin. It is unplayable. I'm going to aim to banish or discard it any opportunity that I have. Please note that it is 3 vitality damage. Everyone in the party takes 3 damage. And that will, in fact, tick down the lifespan of any spirits. So pay attention to that. But in the meantime, what this spirit does, look over on the right-hand side of the screen. Untethered, when the spirit is attacked, 3 vitality restoration is randomly split between adjacent allies. And possessing a character, when the possessed character deals vitality damage, they restore 2 vitality. That will also tick down its lifespan, by the way. It doesn't have to say that here, but it will when it's out on the street. So this guy, as a baseline, will be able to restore 3 hits of damage. 3 hits of health, or I put him out onto the field, and for 3 rounds he will soak up hits and give health to adjacent furries. It's a very, very good spirit, and I wish I had it last time. The flame swirls and takes the form of a taller figure with large ears pluming behind its eyes. Finally, it remarks, "And in our union shall we be made whole again." I completely forgot what voice I was using for that spirit before, but it wasn't a very interesting voice, so I don't think anything has been lost. Okay, right away, another commune. All right, I'm okay with giving up the combat. So this is the choice. I'm going to explain a choice that I'm making right now. Up in the top right-hand corner, you see this number. That is how many card selections. That's the lifespan of this particular encounter. If I take this depths, which has 2 over it, large crowd will tick down by 1, and combat will discard. So what I really should be doing in the name of pure efficiency is I should take the combat for the experience and the money, and then I should go on to the depths, because I'll take combat, depths will tick down to 1, I'll take the depths, and then large crowd will discard. However, I'm okay with giving up a combat. The experience and the gold are nice, but there are other encounters on the street that I really want, and I don't want to potentially have to choose between the depths and that. There could be a Kilderkin underneath this combat. So I am making the choice of not playing efficiently. I'm not going to go with the combat and then the depths. I'm going to go with the depths and see what's under combat. And if what's under combat is something that sucks, I rolled the dice. You peer over the stone wall at the canal's edge. Staring into the blackness, you notice dark shapes swirling into the deep. The shapes coalesce into an inky figure of a creature, turning back and forth in strange arcs. You cannot escape your past! Wow, that is a terrible voice. Let me try that again. You cannot escape your past. That's even worse. You cannot escape your past! The figure mutters. It follows you like a shadow! Even in the black of night, the moonlight reveals it. The figure swims closer to the water's surface. Your guilt burns as bright as the fire you lit that night. It burns at the edges of your soul. Your hubris brought you anguish. I would aid you should you... Excuse me. Wow, that one fell apart. I would aid you should you admit to it. Ally with the spirit, gain pride. Holy shit. Oh my god, getting this one at level 2 is unreal. This is one of the better spirits. This is it's a very powerful frontline intended spirit that will distribute quite a lot of armor for the rest of the game. The downside to this one is that every single time Iris levels up, I'm going to be adding another injury, the specific ruin called Injury, to my deck. It's going to be a curse right now, but I happen to know that Iris does have one guaranteed encounter. Her racial boss, the reward for it is the passive Unholy, which converts bleed into vitality. So she will be able to use this as a free health potion. For right now, though, it's going to be a bit of a problem, but we're going to be taking it. Oh, for God's sake. The dark shapes rise out of the water, arcing high through the air before reforming around you. It inhales sharply as if breathing in a fresh scent. Let us make others share in that anguish! Okay. Wishing well is actually not bad. We're not taking the fight or flight. We are not badass enough to take that combat. We will, however, be very happy to get rid of our other strike in favor of not terrible. Not the best, but not terrible. +1 stamina. It's card draw, and we always need card draw. So I'm going to go ahead and put that onto the 1 0-cost card that I currently have. As soon as I manage to pick up another one, Heavy Patrol I'm okay with. I'm okay with taking on the Heavy Patrol. The Fight or Flight will be straight up lethal for me right now. I will not be able to handle that. Okay, so I'm going to show you the cool thing about this dude. So this is our new boy. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. It's probably supposed to be a beaver or maybe a turtle. I'm not really sure. He's weird looking. And when he is out on his own, when he is untethered, at the start of your turn, apply 5 armor to all allies in the real... Oh, I see. Okay, so I mentioned this earlier, that these spirits actually scale with level. Currently, this will only give 5 armor to the back rank. As of next street, he will begin giving armor to the back rank based on the amount of hits that he took during the enemy's turn. By the 3rd street, that number is going to be 20. He will give 20 armor for every person in the back row for each time he took a hit. So right now, there are 3 hits incoming. He's going to be taking all 3. That would have been 60 armor for each in the back row. He is exceptionally powerful. When he is possessing a character, currently at street 1 rather, the first time the possessed character takes damage, split 8 armor randomly between all allies on their rank, which by the way does include himself. That is going to turn into... the armor gain will be based on the damage of the incoming attack. For right now, however, I'm satisfied to just put it out like this. Here we go. So you have 10 damage incoming. Let's deal with that. And this. You know what? Let's also... I'm going to get you on him. Because you are about to... Nope. No good. He's going to be out of. Okay, so what I just did was I threw my first spirit out onto my mouse, specifically so that I could get the extra shot of preparation. But because he was about to play out his stamina. However, because he does still have one of his own weapons in his hand, he did not get the preparation. So it's not a full misplay. I mean, it's still going to be worth it for later, but I'm not going to get the benefit out of it this round. Okay, so every time you see absence, I'm going to do what I can to try to discard it from my hand. All right. This is going to be a pretty big hit. Give me a second. Let's boot you out of the way. Oh, wow, you're both just going straight on him. All right, I'm cool with it. In that case... And... Come on, there we go. So you notice right away with the having this amount of spirits available to me, I do still have one more spirit I can throw out in front of her or attach directly to her. Everyone's health is pretty good. This dude, so once again, just to give you the shorthand of what you're looking at, this dude is all about emptying out my hand or emptying out my stamina, and it will give me either, for Street 1, it'll give me shots of Vigor if it's untethered, or shots of stacks of Preparation if it's directly on a dude. This guy is all about health gains. This guy is all about armor gains. Okay. Yeah, we're fine. I don't need to do anything fancy. I don't need to do anything special. We can just... Oh, we can't just finish it right now. Ah, whatever. Oh, for shit. Okay. There are events that will allow me to remove ruins from my deck. If I get any of those... No. And not this either. Not this either. I have not found any... Ooh. Want that spear. I want that spear. 12 damage is great. Does mean that I'm not going to have the benefit of... that Akimbo is not going to be great for me. Quarterstaff is still a tumor in my deck. But I do want this spear. Alright. Ooh. Okay, not bad. Not bad. We're going to start off with Courage. Courage is going to give one of my dudes 10 stamina. Excuse me. Let me say it again. 1 stamina in exchange for 10 current vitality. So he's taking a hit for 10 in exchange for now being a 4 stamina mouse. And Overzealous Guards can potentially be a combat, so we're going to go after it. We are going to try to soak up as many combats as we can. We want to be as high level as possible. Okay. Nothing special incoming. Okay, so we're going to start off with you getting some health back, because you did take some red damage last round. And we are also going to separate the hairs, because I don't have anything AoE right now anyway. Okay, so... Huh. That's interesting. Oh, it does not tick down in... Okay, cool. So, remember how I mentioned that Iris is incredibly complicated? Every single street, these spirits do something slightly different. What I'm very used to is this spirit on the later streets where the health gen that he offers causes him to tick down. As of right now, it does not seem to be ticking. It's not ticking down. He just got that health back. So I am going to make sure that all damage going out for the rest of this combat is going to be coming from Shipwright. It occurs to me that I did not bother to figure out what his name was. I apologize, Shipwright. I am a little concerned about doing this now because I could pull... Yeah, I knew it was going to happen. Damn it. Okay. It's fine, because... let's see. Yeah, okay. Don't think... Yeah, no, I can't. Okay, let's see how long I can spend this. He's got no... Alright. 4 health back. Not bad. I'm going to be taking that No Mercy. Thank you very much. So, we're going to make one change immediately. One change right away. Give me just 1 second. Hold on. We do need to take that hesitation. Okay, execute is another potential... It's another potential combat. Give me just 1 second. So, earlier I put this upgrade gem onto that discard, Momentum, because it is 0 cost, but now I have a better 0 cost card to attach it to that does not also discard anything else. So that's what we're going to be putting that onto. All right, execute. You meander through narrow passages of the city when you hear a command from behind. Halt! What's your business? You and your men take down the guards in swift response with ease. Oh, okay, I guess we just murdered these people. A lot of the older encounters I haven't bothered to read all the way through. You and your men take down the guards in swift response with ease. All right. One mouse remains, trips and falls back into a corner. Please have mercy. I was just doing my job. We're not going to execute him because I don't like doing ruin decks. While Iris does have a lot of effects that will add ruins to my deck, they are very predictable ruins. The reason why I don't usually like doing ruin runs is because ruins are, by their nature, unpredictable. Cards that ruin other cards will turn them into a random ruin instead of a consistent ruin. So some of the ruin cards are actually very powerful with substantial downsides, and some of them are just bad. So, yeah. We're going to let him go. Roll the dice. Oh no, it's not going to be an encounter. The mouse breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Thank you. I don't know what to say. I don't have much, but please take one of these as a sign of my thanks. I completely forgot what voice I was doing with him, but that's fine. Okay, I'll take an instinct. I'll absolutely take an instinct off your hands. Thank you so much. First crossroads, and we are in decent shape. We're in decent shape. Level 2, almost, halfway to 3. I do like having a spear. Eager Strike is fine this early on, and Conduit is a good card for her. What I want to do is take this combat and then go over to the Boat Merchant. But if I do that, again, like I said before, I'm okay with passing up a combat, but there might be something underneath that combat that I'm not okay with passing up. This Boat Merchant, this is an informant task. I have to do this if I want to take the prince. So right now I'm choosing between a necessary task and a combat. Combat is going to be important for me. But there might be something underneath that combat that is a much more difficult choice between that and the Boat Merchant. So I'm going to take the Boat Merchant. I'm going to give him $150 to arrange for a boat later on. Oh, I forgot I was doing the voices. And there wasn't anything special underneath it. That's fine. So we're going to do Armory Reserves, and we're going to do Armor in the Armor Reserves. I'm not going to do the Elite Combat because I am level 2, and this can actually be a pretty dangerous one. So let's see what armors you have available for me. Superior Light is not bad. Plain Heavy is actually pretty good. All right, I'll give him a Plain Heavy. He'll now have a fairly decent set of armor to start off with. All right. As long as he's in the front rank. Oh fuck. Hell, shit, man. Okay, you want to talk about difficult choices. Kilderkin is one of the must-take encounters in this game. Kilderkin it's not the only way anymore, but it is the easiest and most reliable way of adding red powder to your deck. I want as much red powder as possible. Arena is one of the other must-take encounters. It is 2 decent combats that will end up with me getting $750, which will resolve a lot of my monetary problems for the rest of this street, at least. I'm going Kilderkin anyway because I can't guarantee I'll have any other opportunity to get red powder, and I need it. I keep forgetting that I'm reading off the cards. I apologize. All right. Incense is a very good encounter. The middle option in Incense will give all of your dudes plus 10 max vitality, but all of them will be hit with a negative to max vitality if any of them dies. So it's minor risk, major reward, because we're not going to be aiming for any of our guys to die. That being said, I want to be at least level 3 by the time I get to the first recruitment event, and it's looking like I might not get there. So I'm going with the combat encounter instead. I want to get as close to 3 as I can. Okay. All right. Rear guard, excellent. Okay. Actually, that's good. That's perfect. So I got a choice. I can either go with the intelligence, which will give 100 experience to each of my guys. It's not a pool that is divided from, based on the number of guys in my party, the way that combat experience is. But I'm also very low. I'm low on money as well. I'm very low on money. And combat is going to 1050 out of 1100 for experience, which I will get to. I will get to level 3 before the first recruitment, before the first boss. I will get to level 3. Okay. Let's do that again, shall we? All right. Give me 1 second. Okay. Trivial amount of damage coming in on my mouse. Trivial amount of damage coming in on Iris. I don't have to worry about setting up things for the sake of defense. I can just set up things for the sake of setting them up. Give me a moment. I don't want to waste the charge on Akimbo. It's 6, you know. Why bother wasting? I'm not in any danger, so I'm okay with spinning this out just a little bit longer. Damn it. Whatever. Now that this has come up, things are a little bit more obnoxious. That thing being absence. So, it's fine. I'm in a pretty good position this early on. No. Yes! Excellent. Refresh. And we're level 3. Good. So this was perfect. This was the correct choice, it turned out. Whew. Okay, so big money. No whammies. Oh, fingers crossed. Here we go. And perfect. Good. Okay, Toxic is normally pretty good, and Practice is also normally really good. I want Gambler because I want to have the option of discarding Absence anytime it comes up. I've got 3 spirits currently. I can cast 3. I'm going to go up to 4 stamina. Next time I'm going to take Will with her. And you are going to get an extra point of Will. Okay. It's Gregor Shipwright. God damn. Gregor, you got a great fucking name. Gregor Shipwright. Nice. And he's proud little mouse. All right, Gregor. Big money, no whammies. And all right. Okay. Yes. All right, Plague is pretty fucking good. Every time Gregor plays a card, will stack he'll throw out another stack of poison on someone random. So it's just some random subsequent, random damage. Big thumbs up. I had to actually stop my finger. I want quick hands and I want reserves, but I don't want to spend any money. And that's it for the first street. Okay. Don't need the smith. Oh, wow. Okay. I'm not going to be able to... If they have anyone They don't have anyone higher level. All right, so Quinn Cartwright, Sansa Kesselmead, and Christiana Henderson. Let's see what we got. I'm tempted by this wolf. I've already got banishes. I have refresh in my. Is it? I don't remember the name of anything anymore. I never remember the name of anything anyway. I have refresh in my deck, so this actually is going to be a card I will be able to use. I will be able to get Wrath. Expert Bow is an excellent weapon on a mouse, who I happen to have. This is also pretty good as well. Great Axe is a good weapon, and Fortress is honestly Fortress is a pretty good. It's a pretty good card for a frontline bear. And ooh, Arterial Rupture is potentially impossibly powerful. If I have a reliable form of bleed, if I have a reliable way of getting bleeds, Arterial Rupture, which is damage per number of stacks of bleed on a mouse, is ridiculously overpowered. And I do have Flail. He does come with Flail. So I could go boring and take another mouse. Mice are mouse tier. They are incredibly powerful. I very rarely take bears. No, I am going to take a bear, and I'll tell you exactly why I'm going to take this bear. All right, I'm gonna explain a little bit about my reasoning. I'm taking this bear. First of all, bear starts out with some pretty good stuff. Great Axe is a good weapon, 14 weapon damage, and an interesting effect. It's nothing that I wouldn't be willing to get rid of. And actually, now that I think of it, I've got Quarterstaff in my stash, which can go right on top of this. That's perfect. Fortress is pretty good. It is passive armor it's a big clot of armor and passive armor generation. But what is most important is the fact that bears can convert bleed into armor. And I am going to be... Where do I not have any currently? Where the hell? Yeah, I'm going to be filling my deck with injury cards. So this is going to... And this is going to be... Hold on just a few moments. We're going to put... I'm going to keep Shipwright on the front row for right now. I am going to swap out the Great Axe, and I'm going to actually think we're going to get rid of the Great Axe completely. I'm going to keep the Superior Light Armor. Superior Medium is fine on this bear because I do have at least one injury in reserve. It is too bad. I feel like I never get the opportunity to show off wolves, but then again, I also feel like I never get the opportunity to show off bears either. I don't take bears very often. They are very, very strong, but their passives are not super exciting to me for the most part. And also, their talents tend to be incredibly expensive, which, it is what it is. And we start off with Spitter. Wow. On Street 1, Spitter. Fuck you. God damn. All right. Here we go. Spitter is actually legitimately difficult. He starts by giving everybody one stack of poison, which means we are in a race. We are going to need to beat him before our by turn damage from poison starts to become unreasonable. I'm, however, not super concerned about it. Shipwright has passive armor regeneration. Kesselmead is going to be able to eat that poison, and Iris has basically I can just save the armor cards for Iris. This is fine. Let's see. Okay, some extra armor for everybody. And it doesn't really matter. Okay, so how is everybody doing? I'm going to go ahead and give her the healer. I'm going to give my bear the armor, and I'm going to give my mouse the card draw potential. Because I can, in fact... There we are. Okay. Not a bad round one. Okay. All right, so I'm going to toss this in case... Okay, good. I'm keeping the momentum in case... Well, I actually also had refresh. As soon as Absence shows its face, I'm going to get rid of it. Absence is not here currently. Okay. Did I already grab it? I did already pull it. Never mind. Don't listen to me. All right, so... Start off with getting you back into your row. All right, so this is the reason I'm going to show you right now. This is the reason why I specifically took a bear. Injury turned into 60 armor. Every single time Iris levels up, she's going to add another injury. And she got this when she was level fucking 2. So we're going to have a ton of these injuries in this deck. I'm going to be, it's going to be in my best interest to get a couple of extra will onto Kesselmead to make sure that she can always eat it. In the meantime. What do I still have in my deck? Okay, I'm not going to throw this. I'm not going to throw this banish currently, so I don't think I have anything that I. Well, yeah, there's no reason for it. Yeah, I'm not going to throw the banish. This is an excellent beginning for Spitter, who is legitimately. He can be quite dangerous. He can be if you are not prepared to deal with that fucking poison. All right, so let's get rid of that. All right, let's begin. So everybody gets some overwhelm. This weapon, by the way, does double damage if they have crippled, which they do. All right, let's see. I'm annoyed that my akimbo currently is like there's no point to it. I don't have anyone who is dual wielding anything, so I'm gonna need to change that at some point, or get rid of the akimbo. Okay, we're all set. Excuse me. All right, I am actually quite thrilled about where we are, tentatively, I should say. I'm quite thrilled about where we are in terms of. I didn't touch the damn card. Good job, Alex. So I want to point something out. Do you notice that my mouse over here currently has 4 will? How the hell did that happen, you ask? Well, it's because this boss counts as the beginning of next street, and all of the spirits have scaled up by 1. So let's take a look at what they do now as of Street 2. As of Street 2, this guy right here, he gives out will. Each turn, the first time you empty your party, the entire party gains 1 vigor. If all party members have 0 stamina, they each gain 1 will. Holy shit! Possessing a character, if each time the first character reaches 0 stamina, if there are none of their talents or weapons in hand, they gain 1 prep and also 1 will. Holy shit! The heal 1, now you're going to see when the possessed character deals vitality damage, they heal for 6 vitality, then the spirit loses 1 lifetime. So it's gone from 2 health infinitely to 6 health 3 times. And when it is attacked, the untethered version is 8 vitality restoration, randomly split between adjacent allies. And the armor 1 now, when it is untethered, at the start of your turn, apply 10 armor to all allies on the rear rank for each hit this spirit took since your last turn. And now that he is on my burr, the first time the possessed character takes damage each turn, split half the damage randomly as armor gains between all allies on their rank. So right away, as of Street 2, these spirits are way stronger. By the 3rd street, they will be game changing. They're all. She's really cool. I like her a lot. Hang on a second. There's nothing. I should stop fucking around and just win. You notice, putting this onto a fucking mouse He's just got 5 will on a goddamn mouse. So I suppose that also means that I might not need to. I always like to, he says, having just literally done exactly not that. I generally like to err on the side of caution. Oh, she's going to start taking some red damage. I need to do something about that. I usually like to err on the side of caution. I forgot where the hell I was going with this. And give my party will to make sure that they have will. But frankly, I might not need to, really. We'll see. Anyway. None of these. And none of these. I'll take the superior heavy for later. I don't need it currently. Alright, so halfway to 4, just alright. The one who's going to get the most amount of experience the most amount of benefit out of it will be Kesselmead. So Kesselmead, here we go. Big money, no whammies. So I'm going to just give you the 4 stamina. We're not going to bother upgrading your will just yet. Okay, fingers crossed. Big money, no whammies. Come on, passives. Patient is fine. Patient is fine. Patient is fine. It's additional card draw. It's fine. I'm all right with it. It's not a whammy, but it's not what I wanted, but it's not a whammy. All right, so you took some red damage. So let's give you. We're going to give you. I'm going to give this to my bear to make sure that she always does have will for her patient, and that leaves untethered. That leaves a armor boy for my mousey. Okay, so. You sure? Okay. You. Oh, you idiot. I forgot to put down the red power first. Like a genius. Alright, so let's go ahead and get rid of that absence for this combat. Sorry about that. I am, again, getting over a bad chest cold, so, and I'm talking a lot, so I'm coughing quite a bit. I apologize if I cough directly in your ear. Alright. So. You are going to be hitting her, so why don't you fuck off? And also. Oh, hey. Hi, gents. Thanks for coming along. And good afternoon right back at you. Normally what I end up doing whenever someone starts interacting with me, like it's been a long time since I've streamed anything, but sometimes I'll like spiral off into oblivion and just keep babbling, so I'm going to try to remain on topic. I'm going to try. Anyway, moving forward. We're in. I'm in high spirits. Do you get it? Because ghosts. We're in a very good position. I have a bear that I quite like, and I have a mouse that so far is turning out to be pretty okay. None of the passives I've gotten for either of these have been spectacular, but they've been serviceable. And having at least one gambler on a team with Iris is kind of necessary because of just the sheer volume of ruins I'm going to be pulling out of the ether. And that's enough of that. Invigorating blow, yay! Okay, don't care about the priest. Gambler is interesting, but I'm not going to go after him. Blackfoot Stash, we're going to ditch. We're going to ditch some cards. Let's get rid of. Excuse me. Let's get rid of withdraw. Okay. Standard Parish. I'm totally okay with getting rid of the exquisite weapon. It's never very good. Also, I'm in a good position. This is going to be a rough fight. Holy shit. Wow. Okay, so we're going to be putting that good position to the test. Okie dokie. Hey, buddy. If you hear him, that is Smudgy. And he wants me to pay attention to him, and I will. I love you very much, buddy. He is our new very small boy. He's not very small. He's actually quite huge. And he's also very, very spoiled immediately and loud. Okay. I'll do what I can to try to explain, because I'm recording this and I have a YouTube channel that I put this stuff up onto. For the purpose of the recording, I am responding to someone in the stream. I'll do what I can to try to explain more about the basic mechanics. I'm going to try also not to spend too much time discussing basic mechanics, because I don't want to bore the hell out of you. This is a very good game. I like it a lot, and I want more people to be aware of it. It never seems to come up in the conversation. People talk about Slay the Spire always. People talk about Across the Obelisk and Gordian Adventure. What the hell is it called? Gordian Quest. Way more often than they talk about Banners of Ruin. And while I appreciate both of those games, I don't like them as much as I like this. I don't think that they are as good. I think that this is a better game. I'm editorializing. Literally the thing I said I was going to try not to do, I'm immediately doing. So, the first thing these two guys are going to do, this is what I'm looking at, okay? So, newbie tactics. Every single one of these guys is going to have stuff underneath their health bar. These are their passives. The stuff underneath their feet is the move they're going to be doing. This red ribbon right here says that this row is active. These guys back here are not active. This is going to go to the back and the front, so they will alternate rows. The ones on the active row, they will not tick down and they will not take any actions. That being said, so these clippers, these guys suck. They're going to be throwing a tremendous amount of poison all over all of my guys. My bear is going to be able to deal with that. My mouse and my fox, much less so. So now that I have spent a whole bunch of time talking about this, let's go ahead and do something about it. So I'm going to start off by hitting the back row. The reason why I'm hitting the back row is because I have a stronger chance of actually killing one of these guys. Overwhelm is 25% additional damage from all attacks per stack for that round, until the end of that character's round. So by putting it on the inactive row, it will not tick down and dissipate until the end of next round. I'll show you what I mean. In the meantime, these guys in the back are now taking 75% additional damage from all sources. For you, and I'm going to put this one right in the center. Just right in the center, just to give them something else to shoot at. These two guys, these Ender Clippers, the first thing that they're going to do is they're going to jump to the back rank. So I'm only going to be dealing with this one incoming action, which is not scary. I don't want to give up this will just yet, because I don't have the ability. I'm not replacing it, son. I want the extra card draw from Patient. If you want me to explain anything to you, please ask questions. I am very, very okay with that. I'm going to try not to bore the shit out of you by explaining literally everything that happens on the screen. But if that's what you want, let me know. I really, really enjoy this game. I want more people to enjoy this game. That is the reason why I'm doing this. All right, so massive important rule of thumb. If you ever see an icon anywhere that you do not recognize, you mouse over it and you read the text, because if you don't, you will fucking die. I'll point it out when it comes up. I want to make sure that this guy uses all of his... dang it. Yes, okay, I can do this. I want to make sure that he uses all of his stamina so that he can tick up the will one, so that I now have... He's got 2 will, so I've got some stuff to play with. We've only got 4 stamina. Okay, so down by their feet in the yellow is stamina. That is, it's replenished per round, and it's the energy that they use to actually play cards. The blue is will. It's used for special effects and for their racial active abilities. I currently have 4. This guy is out of... My bear is out of stamina. My mouse is out of stamina. My fox has 4 stamina left. Refresh will draw 3 more cards, but my 2 big killers, my 2 big players here, they don't really have a lot. They have nothing that they can play with, so I'm not going to bother drawing the extra. And instead, I'm just going to take... some damage. You see the dude in the middle? Give me just a second. So my fella here in the middle, he soaked all of those incoming attacks, and because he does not have a health bar, he did not gain any poison. My bear did in fact take on 5 additional poison, but it's a bear. Bears can convert poison, bleed, cripple, and fatigue into armor. They are incredibly powerful front row combatants. Give me just a moment. I want to make sure that my bear always has will. So that means I'm going to try to do my best to empty out all of his stamina in order to trigger the spirit that he is standing on top of. That's the other reason why I'm doing this. Iris is the level of complexity that Iris adds into this game is a little crazy. It took me a while to figure out how to actually play her. Now that I know how to play her, she is incredibly fun, but she is also really, really, really fucking complicated. Anyway, moving on. Okay. And let's get some card draw. All right, we're in a pretty good pretty good position. Okay. This is okay. Apply. It's just going to be these two. They're going to be throwing around a shit ton of poison, and also this round, anytime anyone touches this symbol here means retaliate. It's thorns. Anytime any of my guys who are not armed with ranged weapons hits one of these dudes, they will take damage. And also because every time these dudes do damage, they also apply poison. It will be damage plus a stack of poison. That is the real difficulty of these guys. They just throw a stupid amount of poison all over the goddamn board. It is a huge pain in the ass, but we're going to kill them as quick as we can. First things first, let's get a bunch more armor onto you. First of all, let's get rid of that. Okay. 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 Again, I have not had an opportunity to use that refresh just yet, which is fine. We can, it'll keep. That would have been good. That would have been good to have played earlier. It is not going to do anything good for me right now because this was the first talent that I picked up for her. It increases the lifespan of the spirits. Whatever. I'm doing the thing I said I was going to try not to do and explain literally every fucking thing. I apologize. Here we go. this should be the end of it. Okay. It's pretty good. None of these and none of these. And none of these either. Okay. Moving on. I appreciate that. And again, if there's anything in particular that you want me to explain, by all means ask. Because I literally, like, my job, I'm a trainer for a specialist department for a major health insurance on the East Coast. This is like explaining incredibly complicated things to people, to like middle-aged people who aren't really up on technology. That's kind of what I do for a living. One second. I need to check the chat because it already went away. 1 second, please. What did you just say? Wondering number like 1 or 2 when you pick an event, what does it mean? Okay, so this number in the top right corner, that is the lifespan of this card in the deck. Please, okay, so what you're looking at here are not 3 cards. They're actually 3 event decks. 1, 2, 3. 15, there's 15 cards left in this deck. 15 cards left, 15 cards left. This blue thing right here means that in this lane is going to be the informant event. There's, the informant tasks are 3 tasks that need to be accomplished. 1 on the first street, 1 on the second street, 1 on the third street. They're reasonably simple tasks that you're going to need to do in order to unlock the true boss, which is the prince. We are going after the prince. So we need to make sure that we need to pay attention to this middle street. You see, this is a combat, this is a combat, this is discard from each other lane. If I pick this combat, what you're going to see is this one and this one will tick down to 0, and then they will discard. That's what it means. So if it said a 2 up here, I would pick this one would discard, and this one would tick from the 2 down to 1. And then next round, it would become 0. There's a couple of special exceptions. I'll point them out when I see them. But in the meantime, for right now, we're going to go in for a combat. And okay. Okay. We are now in Street 2, where things are starting to get a little bit more serious. Okay, so let's get our mouse spirit onto you. Armor spirit onto you, and I am not going to throw out. I'm not going to throw out the healing spirit. I don't need it currently. Let's boot. Ooh. Okay. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to deal red powder to the rank. She is going to kick this dude into the back. He is going to move this dude into the back, so that now, not only are they deprived in action this round, neither of these dudes will attack, but also that overwhelm that I've just put on top of them will be preserved for the next round. So I have an extra turn of doing a whole bunch of additional damage to them. These are the important things about this game, is I've gotten into conversations about this. Is one of my favorite games. I have gotten into conversations about this game quite a bit, and one of the things that I hear come up a lot is that everything gets too tanky. You don't do enough damage. You need just the right cards. First of all, yes, you do need just the right cards. It's a deck builder roguelike. There is no deck builder roguelike where you don't just need the right cards. Like, it is all about careful card choice. As for the ramping up amounts of health that these dudes have, you need to learn how to work the especially overwhelm and vulnerable. We'll talk about it later. Meantime, hold on just a moment. What am I doing with you? Nothing special. Okay, cool. Oh my fucking god, you idiot. I'm such a moron. I forgot to trigger his... I put 10 bleed onto my bear, and then I forgot to trigger his thing that turns that 10 bleed into 10 into 30 armor, and instead he took 10 damage. I'm great at this game. I'm going to put this dude in the middle so that he can potentially get some heals onto my bear. That was very, very stupid. I apologize. Let's take advantage of the fact that we do still have some leftover. Nice. Actually, Invigorating Blow gives... Okay, so Invigorating Blow is one of my favorite cards. Where are you? Invigorating Blow. It is a 0-cost card that is just 8 damage. If the final damage dealt is 13 or more, it gives you 2 stamina and 4 stacks of restoration, which is health per round, and then it ticks down. So it's 4 health, 3 health, 2 health, 1 health. Right. The trick is 1 shot of red powder will go over it. That is enough to get it over 13 or above. So as long as you have red powder in your deck, Invigorating Blow is an excellent card. Moving along. I'm not concerned about what he's doing. We're going to spin this out just a little bit so that my my bear gets some... it looks like I can get probably all of that health back. Yeah, he's already all the way back up. That was embarrassing, but not the end of the world. He is going to die from the poison that is already onto his back. Let's just... Yeah, no fancy. Let's just fucking kill this guy. Okay. Oh, you idiot. I didn't pay attention to how much stamina I had left. I brought my Eager Strike back into my hand, which is a multi-strike. Mice are all about... Mice are the single most damaging class in this game. They are capable of the most amount of damage out of anyone else, because they are all about multi-strikes. What they do is this symbol right here, this with a 9 next to it, it's called charge. I'm always going to call it strength. That is +1 damage per stack. So that is the next time this dude makes an attack, it is going to be 12 damage plus 9 strength. If what I wanted to do was use Eager Strike, which is 6 damage twice. That's 6 damage plus 9 damage 2 times. That is how Mouse becomes incredibly, incredibly powerful. Most, not all, but most of their, many, I'll say, of their talents, their talent cards, revolve around giving him access to additional multi-strike abilities. Anyway. I already forgot what I was talking about. Let's just go. Okay. So what I was going to say was that on top of things like red powder. So now we have red powder. And then if I had... so red powder plus momentum. Let's get rid of conduit. I don't have any multi-strikes currently. You have to learn how to exploit this game's mechanics, which unfortunately the game doesn't always do a very good job of explaining to you. I'm going to spin out the next 2 encounters in a very particular way. I'm going to take this combat first, then I'm going to take the docks. So, in order to make these decks last as long as possible, I can take this one. Docks will tick down to 1, and then I'll take docks. There is an encounter that can potentially spawn in docks that I very much want for Iris, but I also still want experience. Brawlers is just purchasing cards. There are very few card purchasing encounters that are worth the money. The ones that are crazy worth the money. Kilderkin is the really, really important one. If you ever see those fucking weasels, you go after those fucking weasels. Okay, buddy? I love you too, honey. I'm gonna be a little bit, okay? Alright. Sweetie. Alright. Listen to you squeaking. How do you get so squeaky? Alright. Oops. Okay, that's not what I meant to do. This is what I meant to do. Okay, good. And he's already got his will back. Once again, what I'm juggling with him is I'm trying to get this particular spirit onto him because he's got a passive that gives him an extra card draw if he has any will, and I'm using... Is it a he? It might be a she. I forget. I'm I want to make sure that my bear always has at least 1 point of will, so that I can get that additional card draw, and also so that I can consume any bleeds that happen upon him. Can I? Oh, I can't. Oh, I see. It always stops me on that. I understand. Wrong. Okay. So what happens with that particular card? What just happened there, and the reason why I stopped short is this one has Eager Strike has a secondary effect after its damage. Select another ally, they gain 1 stamina. I always forget that is there, and the game will not permit me to proceed until I have chosen someone to get that extra stamina. So that's the reason why I trip over myself right there a lot, all the time. Okay, let's get rid of you. There's really no reason for me to put anyone special out. I'm in a very, very good position. Yes, buddy, I know. Yes, it's very, very exciting. It's very exciting that I'm sitting here talking into a microphone. Actually, let's just get you back into the inactive rank and have you do some cleanup. Hey, buddy. Yes. My cat Smudge is demanding attention and also jumping up to smack his head into my hand, which is a favorite pastime of his. He is a very good boy. I love him very much. I'm trying to teach him to accept it when I pick him up and put him into my lap so he can just fucking chill with me, but for some reason, that is against the rules. So instead, he will just sit there on the floor, staring at me with his mouth open, with his mouth open, occasionally squeaking. That's just how he do. So, first of all, let's get you out of the active rank. Okay. Law of Exchange is actually pretty good. It is quite good. But I don't really have anything. I have nothing to use it on currently, so I'm not even going to talk about it. So Barrage, perfect, absolutely fucking perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. Barrage is an excellent card. It is 2 damage 4 times. Remember, mice are all about multi-strikes. This card, however, shuffles back into my draw pile, not my discard, which means once you see Barrage, you're going to keep seeing Barrage. And Iris, I'm going to go ahead and take a stamina first. Soul Strike is... Throw my... No. I'm going to take Soul Strike. 8 damage for each active spirit. Just a big chunk of damage. That's fine. Because she sort of lacks that. Fuck! Yes. Yes. No. Like +9, that's like rookie numbers. You can get stamina up to not stamina. You can get that strength up to quite a bit through judicious use of multi-strikes and various abilities. Mice plus the red powder debuff effect plus various other things. Mice just wreck entire rows. Here is what I am looking at. I want to take Dox because there is a particular encounter that can potentially spawn. It's not guaranteed. It will, however, give Iris a huge amount of max health in exchange for a pretty minor curse. Exotic Merchant is the only way to get a particular effect that I desperately want on Shipwright, especially now that I have Barrage. Prisoners is the that's the informant task, which means I need to take it. So I'm only going to be able to take two of the things on the screen right now, and I'm going to do exotic merchant and prisoners. This is exactly what I was talking about before. The reason why I took the reason why I allowed the combats to discard in case the thing under the combat is more valuable. Exotic merchant is more valuable. Let me show you what this thing is. So this is the only cat in the game, by the way. Exotic merchant, you get the impression the merchant smiles at you as you approach. Through their face, though. Let me try that again. You get the impression the merchant smiles at you as you approach, though their face remains cloaked in shadow. Greetings, stranger. They whisper in a raspy tone. Greetings? They're not a snake, though. They're basically Khajiit. Whatever. For a fair price, my wares can be yours today. Changing one's essence or one's tools. What I'm going to be doing here is paying a large amount of money to swap out one skill or one talent for another skill or another talent. I forget what the skills are because the talents are important. I'm going to show you what the talents are. The talents include rivalry. Rivalry gives you 3 stacks of fury. Fury is a mob-only buff. You do not see this you cannot get this effect on any of your characters any other way than this. What Fury does is it starts you off with each round, it gives you stacks of strength per stacks of fury, and then it ticks up by 2. So the first round that you get this, it's nothing. The second round is hold on one second. Next time, at the end of the turn, right? So the first time you get this, you get at the end of the round 3 strength, and then the next round at the end of the round 5 strength. And it's just going to keep on going up and up and up. So it's very, very important to have this for my mouse. And I need to give something up. I'm not giving up Barrage. I'm going to have to give up Eager Strike, which I'm kind of okay with, frankly, because it's a little expensive. And it's also, as far as these go, it's not as good. Motherfuck. League is also a really, really good one. But prisoners first. I've been coughing an awful lot for the past week, so my voice is ripped up and crackly. This is the second of 3 informant tasks. The first one, you needed to give $150 to buy a boat. This one, we are going to be freeing the informant's wife and child. So we're going to be fighting two identical. I'm fine. I promise, I'm okay. Give me a minute. I'm going to put healer in the middle because Kesselmead could use some topping off. I'm also going to again give Kesselmead a source of will, and I'll give you the armor. This time I'm not going to forget to push the button. It's going to be the same combat twice in a row. They're not very difficult. Okay. I'm going to do a thing I'll show you in a moment. Okay, got his will already back. So, I have nothing else in hand that I'm super interested in playing. Conduit. I'm going to discard my card and add 3 lifespan to all adjacent spirits. The only spirit that is adjacent is top, bottom, in front, or the one that she's standing on top of. Which is obviously, the only one who's going to get benefit from it is the one that happens to be untethered, who is the only one that is ticking down. So, I'm okay with it. Plus, also, it allows me to cycle through my hand. I didn't really need to do that. I could have saved the 9 strength, but I know that I have rivalry in my deck, so I'm not fussed. I'll get rid of you. Okay, so. All right, so. I'm going to talk for a second about these buttons up at the top of the screen. Each of these guys has a different button right up here at the top of the screen. This button costs will. Each one does something slightly different. It does something, not just slightly different. Each one does something very, very strong that is specific to that race. Bears will turn all stacks. Each stack of bleed, cripple, poison, and fatigue are turned into 3 armor. So that 10 bleed from injury becomes 30 armor. Gets I don't remember the name of. I don't remember the name of the ability. What she does is that every single time she strikes, she will get an additional 3. I'll just show you. So wait one second. So I'm going to trigger it, That's the buff, the racial ability. I'm going to throw barrage on this dude and end up with 12 charge. That's what that did. Every time I hit, it's going to give me another stack of 3 strength. So because Shipwright is all about multi-strikes, he's really all about is building up and firing off strength bombs. That's what he's going to be all about. She, I think we established... No, it's Gregor Shipwright, because his name is awesome. I remember. What I should be doing is focusing on individual dudes. What you want to do, what you very much want to do. What's left? No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I had a brainwave, but it was not going to be great. That's exactly what I wanted to see. So let's ditch you. So first off, I'm going to be firing off. Let's get Overwhelm on you. I'm going to fire off this, like I said, Strength Bomb, right? So it's 12 plus 2 times 4 times plus 75% equals, he just fucking dies. This is what mice do. That's their job, is just to wreck absolutely everything. They are kind of psychotically overtuned, to be honest. No other class has, I can't say no other class. Wolves have a couple of abilities that are very, very powerful, but nothing else has. No. I'm tempted to take another Invigorating Blow, but I don't want to. Here's my second at combat. I'll get rid of you. Alright, so 1 injury, 2 injury, 24 armor, 84 armor. Armor does not dissipate naturally unless it does not dissipate naturally on its own. There are some effects that can cause armor to dissipate. Otherwise, that blue armor is that 30, that's his armor. They have to go through 30 damage before they can start dealing red damage. Red damage does not heal normally. I have to heal it through effects. Healing effects are normally quite rare in this game, but Iris happens to have that. I mean, she has a reliable spirit that just heals. So that it does give me a lot of additional. It gives me a lot of option. Rivalry. Let's get my third guy out also, just so that this Soul Strike can actually do something fun. Not fun, just decent damage. Decent damage is fun. Anyway. Okay. Don't need you. Okay, so. Red powder. Trigger his racial. Barrage, he's already got 3 stacks of strength on him already. So up to 12. It's back in my hand again. Remember, Barrage, as soon as you play it, it goes back into your draw card, your draw pile, instead of your discard. I should be very clear about this. There are 2 effects that you want to look for as much as possible over the course of this game. You need card draw. You need card draw. It is absolutely imperative that you go after, actively, any form of card draw you possibly can. You want card draw. Your base hand size is 5. I currently have 3 dudes out on the board. 3 stamina, 4 stamina. It's if with only 5 cards. If I end this round and these guys, they have stamina left over, that's a problem. That means that I could have played more cards. I need to get more card draw. The other thing that I always want to look for is Overwhelm. Any effect that gives Overwhelm. This red thing right here, red powder, is the most reliable way of adding it. But let's just... Feels a waste. It feels a waste to use this on you because you do not have any red powder. But anyway, yeah. I'm going to do a thing. I don't want to waste my 12 stacks of charge just yet, so... And I'm not scared of anything that these guys are doing. So I'm... No, you know what? I'm being stupid. I've forgotten a critical rule of thumb for these runs. Every single time I try to show off, I fuck something up. So I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm just going to play the game in a manner that is efficient and effective, instead of trying to do stupid card tricks. All right. Okay, none of these. And all right, so every level, I'm going to choose between upgrading 1 stamina or 1 will. You've already seen what will is for. You've already seen what stamina is for. I have a reliable means of getting will back onto this bear, so I am actually okay with focusing more on stamina. On even numbered level ups, I will gain an extra talent, which is a racial specific card. On odd numbered level ups, I will gain a passive. Passives can be game changing. Oh, you can vault. You know what? Cornered is not that bad. I'll take cornered. It's weapon damage per amount of stacks of a thing called fatigue, which he doesn't currently have on him, but I can absolutely put onto him. Ooh. I don't really like the axe throwers. I don't like the weapon that the axe throwers give that much, so I'm not really leaning more towards them. League is a recruitment event. I'm going to tell you a little. I'm going to babble for a second at you. So, the amount of dudes in my party matters. Every single combat encounter, only combat encounters. There are certain encounters called intelligence that will just give me a block of experience, and each character in my party will take the same amount of experience. Otherwise, if I'm gaining experience through an encounter, that experience is a shared pool. It is a single set amount of experience that will be shared equally among all members of my party. The more members of my party that I have, the less experience each of them will overall get. So if I have 6 people in my party, I'm going to have a lot of opportunity for talents and passives, but they're not likely to be very high level by the end of the game. They're probably going to be like level 6. Level cap is 8. I want them to be at least level 7 because that is the 3rd passive. So I mentioned that I was going to point out when there's another icon. Okay, so this right here, this is a timed card. So this card has an effect that will trigger automatically when this ticks down. Sometimes it is an encounter that will automatically happen, and it plays merry hell with the lifespans of other cards. So I'm usually going to try to grab those before they tick all the way down. There's one that is called Patience. I forget what it is. It's a red card that will do 5 damage to all of my party if I don't grab it. So I have to grab this or everybody takes damage. This one, they will, you see upon expiring, spawns Drunken Guards. Drunken Guards is 300 free money. League is what I'm going at right now, though, because League is a level 4 guy, and I happen to be level 4. There are 2 ways that I can do this. I only have 584 furry bucks. If I spend 450, I have a choice of 2. 850 is I pick a weapon and 2 talents, each from a choice of 3, and I'll hire a character with those specific cards. So I basically sort of get to tailor-make my dude for me. Just because I'm here does not mean that I'm going to be recruiting this person, and also I will not spend the money unless I actually recruit the guy. Benson Candiford and Lyra Gray. Now that I'm here, I want to check something very quickly. It is Gregor Shipwright, and it is Sansa Kesselmead. I think that is a lady. I'm not 100% certain, only because of Sansa Stark. So I assume Sansa is a lady. Benson Candiford and Lyra Gray. I don't need a beaver. I don't need a beaver, but I won't say no to one. And mice are very strong. Already got a mice. I don't need toxic. I don't need any of this. This is no good. Okay, I'm saying no to this mouse. And I'm going to say no to this beaver also. And I'll tell you why. Poignard is an offhanded weapon. You're occasionally going to see it spawn in a main hand, and that is unfortunate because it's only 5 fucking damage. Tower Shield is very interesting. You can only get it if you've cleared a specific challenge. And it is, as you'll see, 4 fucking... That's crazy, crazy expensive for, I think, kind of not enough effect. Plague Doctor is fine, but very situational, and I am never going... convert all the ruins in my hand to a rend. This deck will have a lot of ruins, but I don't like that Poignard, I don't like the Tower Shield, and I don't really need Toxic. So I'm not taking this. This guy I'm not taking. Flow is a very good passive. Every time this character plays a talent, one random card in your hand becomes 0 stamina. Diversion is also quite good. While this card is in your hand, cards that are banished are instead discarded, which means that cards that I usually save, like, for example, Refresh, which banishes itself, or Rivalry, so I can actually potentially get multiple stacks. I am rethinking this. I'm going to take Lyra Gray, and that means I'm going to make some changes. This is going to turn into an event worth $300. Master Blacksmith is some very cool shit, but it's all way more expensive than I can manage, so I'm not going to pay any attention to it. I'm going to make some changes. So first of all, we are going to put... I'm going to put Shipwright in the back so that he can focus more on just having strength and he can focus more on dealing damage rather than taking any hits. I'm putting Lyra Gray into the back, and I'm giving Lyra... Actually, 1 second. Let me sort this. Okay. Superior medium. I might change this. This might be superior heavy, might be too much. So, heavy armors, heavy and superior heavy. Superior light, superior medium. There are 3 basic kinds of armor: light, medium, heavy. They will each have a superior upgrade. And then as of this street, we're going to start seeing more complicated armor types that are more interesting than this. Superior light, start each combat with 10 armor and gain 1 stamina every turn. This is going to give my mouse, who I want to be doing a lot of killing, this is going to be giving my mouse more stamina to kill with. Superior heavy armor is 38 armor and 10 armor each additional turn, but also 2 stacks of Winded. Winded I've been referring to as fatigue. It saps my available stamina on this character by its stacks. 2 Winded is this dude who normally has 5 max stamina. Instead, per round, he's going to have 3 max stamina. She is going to have 3 max stamina. So I am making her more tanky in exchange for having less actions per round. But I think that it's a bit too early for that. I have not been having any real problems with keeping armor on her, especially with the amount of bleed that I've been able to go around. So I'm going to stick with the superior medium, which is just a chunk of 24, and that's it. But it's not going to saddle her with any stacks of fatigue. It is called exhaust. Winded. I'm still going to call it fatigue. I apologize. I am, however, going to put this directly onto my my beaver here. Ruthless is, there are certain encounters that will allow me to trade out talents, and that's a good candidate for that. Drunken Guards is worth 300 florins. This is worth experience and money. I am very low on money. I'm very, very low on money, but I'm also very high up on the street. So I'm going to go with the encounter because I want the experience more. Especially, yes, Kesselmead can convert bleed and poison into armor, so very, very tanky. That's the reason why I'm not going to bother putting the heavy armor onto him, because I can reliably put the armor through the injuries that are filling my deck. It does, however, also mean that this Cornered is useless to me. Cornered is weapon damage per stack of fatigue that they have. It's in front of me. It's in front of me saying my name is Winded, and I'm still calling it fatigue. I am great. Just it's fine. I have plenty of effects that banish or discard, so I'm not super concerned about it. This is what Beaver do. Beaver puts a permanent barricade onto a position. Barricade has no health. It is just a block of armor. He will have certain abilities that she will have, because it's Lyra. She will have certain abilities that will put armor onto this barricade. And otherwise, it just sort of sits there and it soaks damage. And by soaking damage, what I mean is, if you see, I'm going to mouse over each of these guys, and you can see exactly what they're doing. This is what they're planning on doing. This dude is just going to do... This dude is going to do 12 damage straight ahead. This dude is doing 9 damage, and he's going to taunt. This dude is 12 damage straight ahead. That's okay. This dude is not actually aiming at Kesselmead. He's aiming at the row that Kesselmead is on. If I move Kesselmead to a different row, he will swing into this row. So this guy right here, this Seaguard Raider, who is attacking straight forward. If this barricade was not here, he would be attacking against Iris. So Iris is now being blocked by this barricade and can attack over the barricade. They're ranged. They will. If you see dudes who have ranged weapons in their hands, bows or crossbows, they will instead almost always be aiming directly at a specific guy. So no blocking like that. You can see that Shipwright I've put behind my Beaver Gray. My mouse being behind the Beaver now. Any incoming damage is going to check against. He's effectively blocking. My targeting works differently. I can attack individual guys, as you've noticed, unless it specifically says I'm not allowed to do that. I'll point it out when it happens. In the meantime, I have Rivalry open, but I know that in my deck somewhere I have Diversion, and I want to be able to not banish Rivalry. I want to be able to have multiple stacks of Rivalry. Why fucking not? So I am going to, before I do this, before I start, I'm going to put... Nope. Did not mean to do that. Hell with it. I'll put it on you. I made a mistake. I did not mean to touch that, dude. So, Will Generation onto Kesselmead, and Armor Gen onto Gray. So, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to fish a little bit. I'm going to try to get that particular card out of my deck. There's also another card that I have that will draw a character's next talent. Gray has 2 talents, and one of them is something that prevents banish. Rivalry banishes after using. So I'm doing the thing I literally said I wasn't going to do, which is I'm going to try to be slick. I'm also going to move you into the back row. You are already out of... Okay, so... And I'm also going to hit you with a thing. I have one more thing that will... draw cards. Okay, that's Diversion. That's what I was fishing for. So now Rivalry will go into my discard pile instead of being banished. And now I have a chance of casting it again. There's no need for that in this combat. I'm not going to need 6 base stacks of Fury. But, fuck it, I'll take it. I'm going to do it anyway. Oops, did not mean to do that. I meant to do this. Ah, shit. Oh, that sucks. That's all right. Everybody's going to take a little bit of damage. Once again, I'm going to say, anytime... One second. I want to get rid of... You're fine. I don't have to, by the way. I do not have to draw. I don't have to discard. That's the effect that you're seeing is Gambler. At the start of every turn, I discard 1 card and gain 2 cards. It's very, very strong for a deck that happens to be fucking filled with ruins to begin with. But also, it's card draw. And again, card draw is king. So there's a couple things that I'm going to do. First of all, I'm going to put on 20 bleed and immediately turn that into a whole fucking bunch of armor. I am set on you for armor. Although, because I've got this, I've got the Will Generation on him that will only trigger if he is out of stamina and he does not have any of his own cards, that is, his own talents or his own weapons in hand. Which, I can do that. That's fine. Okay, so he's got his will back. Rear guard. You've seen this card be played a couple of times. Active, if the active character's in the back rank. This does nothing if you throw it off of someone in the front rank. Be careful of who you have selected before you cast this card. Get to someone in the back rank, and it is 6 armor per character in the back rank for everyone in the front rank. So it's a bunch of armor on top of everybody, which is a great way, by the way, of putting armor onto this barricade. One of the things that I was saying before that I got sidetracked off of, anytime you see any icon that you do not recognize, you mouse the fuck over it and you read it out loud if you have to. You need to know what these things do or you will fucking die. There are some effects like this that are so severe that not paying attention to them will end your run. I'm not fucking exaggerating. I'll point them out when I get to them. None of these guys here have abilities that powerful, but there are going to be some, and I'll point them out when we get to them. Let's see. So, who is left? Okay. This card, draw this character's next talent card from your draw pile. Whenever I open up this draw pile, you can see. So this is his next talent. Back into my hand. So mice are very, very strong. Now you see already, by the way, hold on. Yeah, I'll get rid of this. By the way, hold on. 7 Fury. Already this is ticked up to 7. He starts this round with 8 strength. And look at this. That barrage is going to be back in my hand very, very fucking frequently, because every time once you see it, you're going to keep seeing it. So I'm going to hit this once. It's going to go back into my draw pile. I have Instinct in my hand. Draw this character's next talent card from your draw pile. Hey, look at that. It's barrage right back. Great to see you. What I should have done was trigger his ability so that I would be able to actually knock him out this round, but it's fine. I tried to be slick and it did not. It was not. It was reasonably slick. I'll give myself that. It was passably slick, possibly. There we go. Ah, damn. Fark. That's fine. Oh, he's actually just going to die from his bleeds and poisons. Fine. Bleed and poison, by the way, ticks at the beginning of the round. That means if you have more bleed or poison on a character than their health can manage, they will not take a turn. They will just die. So pay attention to that. There is a point at which you can just stop paying attention to a dude. There's no such thing as too many refreshes in your deck, and I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Nope, don't want it. Okay, so Halberd is a pretty decent card, but also it sucks. When you are paying attention to a weapon, there are 3 things you need to pay attention to. So 12 damage to a rank. This card's weapon damage is 12. There are, hold on, un momento, por favor, let me get out of here. Okay, there are fuck's sake. I completely, goddamn. Okay, here we go. Weapon damage. Deal weapon damage if dual wielding, attack twice more. So there are a bunch of cards in this game that their damage is based off of your weapon damage. Akimbo is very good if you have someone who is doing sword and board or dual wielding, which I currently don't have. I did earlier, but I don't currently. So that card, Halberd, it's decent weapon damage, but it's also too expensive to use the card itself, as opposed to the other weapons that I'm currently holding. Shipwright is using a spear that is 12 weapon damage, which is really good, and also it only costs 1 stamina. Kesselmead's weapon is 8 weapon damage, and it costs 2. Its real important thing is that it swaps positions. That is crowd control. It basically stuns the character for a round. And longbow is very fun. It's 10 weapon damage if it applies 1 stack of vulnerable. If it's already vulnerable, deal double damage instead. Vulnerable is I'll deal with it when I get any pink powder. Basically, there are 2 effects in the game that will increase the amount of damage that a target is taking. They are vulnerable, which is pink, and overwhelm, which is red. Each of them are based around 25% additional damage taken. Red powder is 25% additional damage per stack of overwhelm, and it'll go away at the beginning and it'll go away at the end of that character's turn. Okay, so this is 75 damage for 1 round. This is 25% damage, and it ticks down once each round. Doesn't matter how many stacks you have on it, those additional stacks only increase its lifespan. They do not increase the functionality. Also, vulnerable and overwhelm are additive. If you have 1 stack of overwhelm, 1 shot of red powder, which is 3 stacks of overwhelm, and 1 shot of pink powder, which is it's 25% damage for the vulnerability. That target is now taking 100% additional damage. Keep that in mind. It is important, but not right now. Crossroads. This is basically my checkpoint. As soon as I touch this, everything else is going to discard down to there. So I'm going to ignore this deck for a bit and try to exhaust out these other 2. I'm going to try to get as much experience and money as I can. Ooh, these fucking guys. These guys were added with, I believe that they were added with. There's a bunch of new encounters that have been added with Iris. I love their design aesthetic. Look at their fucking noses. Look at the moss growing on their face. These guys are just, they must smell so fucking bad. Also, again, whenever you see an icon you do not recognize, mouse over it and read it. You cannot apply statuses to this unit until they have been attacked twice each turn. So if I had red powder and I threw it on this rank, they would take the 5 damage from the red powder and the red powder effect would not appear. Pay attention to this shit. Okay. Okay, what's this? Sepsis. Anytime this character plays a card that deals damage, that they take damage equal to stacks of sepsis, and the sepsis reduces by 3. Okay, I understand. Once again, anytime you see an icon that you do not recognize, you mouse over it and you read it. Anytime you see a new dude, you mouse over the things that they are going to be doing to your guys. This game telegraphs literally everything that it does. It makes all of its information 100% available to you from the onset. It is your own fault if you do not pay attention to it. So what I'm saying is fucking pay attention to it. So I'm not going to do any stupid tricks. I'm just going to go ahead with the rivalry and let him start ticking up. Also, Barrage. Instinct in hand. Instinct brings my Barrage to my hand. Trigger his thing. Not worth it. See, I could have killed him with this, but also he's going to die just on his own. So, yeah, or I'll just kill him. That's also a thing. I'm putting out an extra Boyo. Specifically, I'm putting out my extra Spirit, even though I don't need it specifically for Soul Strike. I want to get the full damage potential out of it. And he doesn't really actually need to do anything that causes damage. I can just have him just fucking chill. So that Sepsis never does anything. Also, by the way, Sepsis, if it's going to deal damage directly against your Vitality, it will specifically say so. Always pay attention to any effect that says damage to Vitality, because that is damage straight to the red. And red damage does not come back on its own. The easiest way to die in this game, apart from catastrophic failure, is attrition. And we are very much getting into we're very much getting into the places where shit is starting to get actually for real serious. There's nothing worth casting. There's nothing worth. I mean, I've only got 4. But Barrage could come back up. Let's roll the dice. Barrage did not come back up, but Refresh did. So let's get Barrage back into my hand. Hey there, Barrage. There we go. Pink powder. Okay. Pink powder you don't need too many of. There is no limit to the amount of red powder you want in your deck. I'm going to go through something very quickly. Red powder is one of the most powerful cards in this game. It is one of the few cards in this game that has actually been nerfed by Montebaro. You used to be able to pick up red powder from random encounters. Now there are only a very, very few amount of specific encounters that will reward you with red powder. Killed or Kin event is valuable. Okay? Red powder, you can have, there is no limit to the amount of red powder that is valuable to have in your deck. Refresh. There is no limit to the amount of refresh you can have in your deck because it banishes a card, then you draw 3 cards, and then it banishes itself. So it's just crack it open and get 3 fucking cards. Also, please note that the order of operations is important. First, it will try to banish a card. If refresh is the only card left in your hand, it'll try to banish a card, find no card, so it'll just move to the next step. It will find no card to banish, it'll just give you the 3 cards, and then it will banish itself. Keep that in mind. It is important. It's part of the allure of Refresh. It is an excellent, excellent card. Here's our Crossroads. Vagrant is just going to give a... I don't really care about the Vagrant. So let's just going to go for... This symbol means it is a slightly more dangerous combat encounter. I don't need Conduit currently. Ooh, wow. That is a bigger encounter, aren't you? Look at that. Okay, so... let's plan. Alright, so I've got 1 attacking the middle row. I've got 2 attacking my bear, and I do have injury in hand. So... bear is fine. There's no need to fill this space with a spirit, so we're just going to go with a barricade. And also, let's get... well, you know what? Because this is... so, first shot of pink powder of the game. Pink powder gives 3 stacks of vulnerable. Once again, it is 25% flat. Doesn't matter how many stacks you have, it's always going to be just 25% additional damage, but it'll last for 3 rounds. Let's also get her will regeneration back up and running, and let's also move him to the back, because he's not because he's a pain. Actually, probably should have moved the mercenary. They're much higher. This dude is the highest health on their team. Doesn't fucking matter. Whatever. Let's get the rest of my spirits out. And... fuck it. Okay. Get the rest of the spirits out and deal some damage into his face. Now, I've backed myself a little bit into a corner. Please note the order of operations. First, discard a card, then gain 3 strength. Whereas Refresh will banish a card, then draw 3 cards. Either of these cards will get rid of the other one. The Refresh is much more valuable, getting rid of the momentum. And that is actually fucking great. So, a little bit more. You idiot! You goddamn idiot, XV! What have you done? What have you done? I just put 10 fucking bleed on him, and she does not have any goddamn will. It's fine, I can heal it back up. What a moron you are. Alright, so, here we go. Let's get that in my hand. Let's get this... let's just get this fucking done. Alright. Sometimes I disappoint myself. Alright, so, he's going... Kesselmead is going to take 10 damage, and it did not tick up in will because it did not pay attention to the amount of stuff that he left. This is not too much of a big deal because I'm just going to... next combat, I will put the healing spirit on top of him. But it's still... it's irritating that I am that careless. I apologize. Do as I say, not as I do. Alright, so first of all, let's make sure that this does not happen again. I'm going to guarantee that he actually does run out. Now he's got his will, so now that becomes bleed. No more damage from that stupid mistake. Well done, XP. Good. Alright, so let's get rid of you. Oh, that wasn't a kill. This will be. Alright. Okay. There's my barrage again. I do not have any more will to charge it up again. Okay. Just 1 bleed. Bleed is a tank killer because bleed does damage directly to vitality. It checks against red damage first, not your armor. That's the reason why what I did there was such a bad play. I put 10 stacks of bleed onto my bear. I did not have will to convert that bleed into armor, and I just took fucking 10 damage on Kesselmead. You see, it's 43 out of 56. I can fix that. It's not the end of the world, but it's still careless, careless, careless. So this dude right here is going to hit Gray with... the 10 damage is not a big deal, but it is also going to give 1 stack of bleed. He's just going to take 1 damage. I'm not scared about it. I'm not concerned. I'm just going to try to murder some people, why don't I? Notice that this dude is my barricade is bleeding, but my barricade does not, in fact, have health, so bleeds are completely useless against it. Let's get some powder on the back. I've got rivalry ticking up. My fury is now 5, starting with 5. There's my barrage. Bye. Oh, didn't kill you. That's embarrassing. Also, please note, longbow deals double damage if the opponent already has vulnerable, which he does. Okay. Yeah, fuck the dumb shit. We're just gonna finish it. Running on Fumes is a card I am going to take. Running on Fumes was a card that I got out of a... Refresh also is a card I got out of a challenge. Running on Fumes is a card that you get from a challenge. Draw 3 cards, gain 4 Winded. 4 Winded is a big deal. That means that that character is going to lose 4 stamina at the beginning of next round. But bears can consume Winded. See, I got it right that time. So now this just becomes a pure upgrade. I don't need a greatsword, don't need a battle axe. None of that is important. Also, that now I finally have something that I can use. I finally actually have something that I can use. Kesselmead's talent, Cornered Arn. You'll see when I get to it. Okay, so chains is something for the... You're going to see this occasionally. Chains is specifically only for the Third Street's informant task. It gives me, excuse me, 2 additional chains to use in that encounter. It's not necessary. Innkeeper gives me some various services, which does include recruitment, but I'm doing fine with my team. I'm going to go for the hidden gem and try to get a decent... Yeah, you know what? That's not bad. That's not terrible. I'm all right with that. I'm going to go ahead and put this onto... So, okay, this is 3 stacks of Crippled. Crippled, whenever this character moves, they take damage equal to stacks of Crippled, ticks down by 1 at the end of this character's turn. I'm going to put this onto Barrage, because I don't have anything better to put. I don't have anything better to put it on currently. It only deals damage if that character moves or is moved. I do have one character with a quarterstaff, so he can move things. And putting it on Barrage, because Barrage is multi-strike, it is 3 stacks of... It's 3 stacks of cripple for each time he hits. So that is now it's 12. It's a lot. Hesitation. This is what I was talking about before. I need to take this so that my party does not take 5 damage apiece. Okay. Cool. Intelligence is very important. That is just a big stack of experience, and this is our first hunter. Hunter events are part of a free DLC. You have to the default is to turn them on. Please note that she's going to move around for the next 2 choices that I make, and then she's going to trigger, and when she does, I will be forced into this combat. All of the hunters are very dangerous. All the hunters drop incredibly powerful weapons. That being said, this 500 experience is worth several level ups for me, so I'm going to start with this. All 4 characters leveled up. Excellent. So, we're going to start with 1 will for you, because we're going to start looking... Really, I am due for a new spirit any day now. New passive, big money, no whammies, and yeah, fuck yeah, absolutely. Enveloped. At the end of my turn, Iris will gain armor equal to the total lifetime of all spirits. I'm okay with that. Thank you very much. Okay, so that's good. I will... Let's see what your... Okay, so mice have some of the most powerful racial passives in this game. Okay, big money. No whammies. Okay, yes, good. Cutthroat. Every time this character deals damage, apply 1 stack of bleed. We're going to do that one. Because that means that every single time this barrage hits, it's an additional stack of bleed as well. Now, I have rivalry, which means it's not as important. It is not as important for me to stack will. So I'm going to give a little bit more stamina, so I have more actions per round. I am not going to get caught by that shit again. I'm giving myself another base will so that I do not accidentally fucking load myself with a huge bunch of damage like a moron. And Headhunter is great. I'm all right with it. At the start of this character's turn, all opponents who are below 50% vitality gain 2 vulnerable. Yes, thank you. And there's no need for my beaver to ever have more than 4 will. From now on, Lyra Gray is just taking stamina. And here we go, and it is okay. Good. Yes. Splendid. Another stack of Gambler. That means at the beginning of every single round, we're going to go after the Hunter right now. At the beginning of every single round, I'm going to stop myself for 1 second. So, like I just said, if I had taken one of those combats, she would have triggered anyway on the next round. However, when you allow them to trigger themselves into a combat, sometimes it accidentally detracts more than one lifespan from a card underneath. So if there's a card underneath that is valuable that has 2 lifespan, it'll fucking just discard, which I don't want. This is dangerous. Oh shit, I forgot I was reading the title cards. I'm sorry. I'll remember moving forward. Alright, so let's talk about Dougie. Already this is dangerous. Okay. Hang on just a second. But I'm good because I'm starting out with the quarterstaff. Pay attention to a couple of things. Number 1, 12 by 3 and 3 stacks of bleed, okay? Quick reflexes. Whenever I draw a skill, attack damage increases by 1. This is a DPS race. I need to fucking kill her before she just pops all of my guys. Luckily, I've got a bear with a quarterstaff, so we're going to move her into the back and prevent her from actually taking any action this round. We're going to delay her turn and also put on a bunch of additional armor. The bleed, I'm not as concerned about the bleed. I'm not as concerned about the bleed. Give me a moment. And let's get card draw. Okay, hold on. It's not an amazing hand. I'll take it. So what I'm going to do as soon as I'm done with the rest of these, I'm not fussed about any of the things that I have left. I'm going to trigger this to make sure that you have the extra will. So I'm going to discard my hand and see if I can do a little bit better. Nope, I cannot. That's fine. It's okay. I think I'm in actually a pretty good spot. She's got 3 stacks of Overwhelm that will stick because I pushed her into the back. Notice, 21 times 3. She is now attacking straight through into the back. I didn't. If I'd waited, if I'd kept my my armor spirit, I would have put him right here. He would have soaked all 3, and then my back row would have gotten a huge amount of armor, but I don't think that's going to be necessary. I think I should be fine. So pink powder, and we're going to trigger a big barrage. You're going to notice the delay now, because each time I hit, it's going to be stacking more additional bleed, and also I've got an instinct in my hand, so here comes back my barrage, and now she's just fucking dead. So that could have been really bad, but it wasn't. None of these. Okay, so Fenrir's Rapier. This is a really, really strong weapon that I want to eventually put onto my... Actually, I may just put it onto him right now, but I don't have anything in my offhand. I need to have something in my offhand. A shield, some other small weapon, something like that. I'm going to get rid of the spear. I don't need it. My weapon damage is going to be 6. But every time I draw this card, the damage increases by +2 for this combat. That is important. Pay attention to it. That is, in my opinion, it is the second best of the hunter weapons. There's another one that is a crossbow. This will allow me to ditch 2 skills. I don't really think I want to do that. I'd get rid of a spectral barrier and a shadow stab, I'm pretty sure. How am I doing for experience? Halfway, not, okay. Okay. We're going to go ahead and remove 2 skills. We're going to get rid of 1 spectral barrier and 1 shadow stab, make our deck a little bit leaner. Now, in most deck builder roguelikes, I'm not going to go to this fortune teller because sometimes the shit the fortune teller gives you can be very, 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 very bad. Very, very bad. So we're not going to do that. I forgot what I was saying. Doesn't matter. Moving on. Nope, no good. Oh shit! Wait! I should have put that in my offhand so I can get fucking benefit out of Akimbo. God damn it. Anyway, whatever. So normally what I do is I would go into the tavern to see what they have for recruitment. I don't have enough money to recruit anyone, and I've already got 4 guys. I don't really want another 5th guy right now. I'm doing pretty well. I'm happy with my team the way that it is. So instead, my other options are I can go to the monastery to heal up. I'm obviously at full health, or I can go to the smithy and see what they have for sale. And I'm going to buy myself a reserves. I'm going to show you what reserves is. Reserves is another card that very, very politely banishes itself upon use. Draw a card for each character in the back rank, and each character in the back rank gets 1 stack of Vigor. Vigor makes 1 card play for free, as long as I can afford that card. It cancels out the stamina cost. If the card costs 5, I have Vigor and 3 stamina, I cannot play that card. If I have 5 stamina and Vigor, and the card costs 3, I will play the card for free. I will still have 5 stamina. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Reserves is another card that you can have. There's no limit to the number that you can have in your card in your deck because it is card draw, and also because it politely banishes itself out of your deck. All right, Gatehouse. The second street boss is going to be Grit Salt. That is actually pretty scary. It is very strong, yes. Grit Salt is actually pretty scary. Grit Salt is going to throw injuries into my deck, and then he is going to deal vitality damage based on the amount of injuries I have in my deck. And I've already got a lot of injuries in my deck, so I need to make sure he cannot act at all. We're going to need to do some tippy-toeing. All right, so first of all, I'm going to put healing in the middle. I'm going to put will gen over here. I'm going to put armor gen over here. I'm also going to give myself some extra armor. All right, so that everything I have? It's everything I have. Okay. I now have a decent-sized strength bomb for Fenrir's Rapier. It is 8 times 2 damage. But I don't really have anything worth throwing at it yet, so let's fish a little bit. We're going to draw some card. Okay, and I get another refresh. Get rid of that injury. Okay, that is what I wanted. And let's make sure that you get benefit from your Thingo. Okay. What your ultimate goal in this game is going to be, you want to reduce the number of incoming actions. If you can reduce the number of incoming actions by at least 1 every round, you're usually going to be doing pretty okay. You will usually be doing pretty okay. That is what you want. It's what you're looking for. Okay. Let's get rid of you. Now, I already know that in my deck somewhere... Okay. I already know that in my deck somewhere is this quarterstaff, so I'm not super concerned. I've only got 18 cards. I've got a decent amount of cards incoming. I will be able to move Grit Salt to an inactive row soon. But apparently not right now. Oh, maybe. Let's get rid of this absence for good. Okay, so... You know what? That's arguably even better. So what are you doing? He is going to deal 24 damage and shuffle 3 injury into my draw pile. And then next round, he's going to do a big fucking hit that is going to hurt like a bitch. And by hurt like a bitch, I mean he can potentially kill one of my guys just outright with this. Especially with the way that my deck is currently, with all of the additional injuries I already have in it. I am not guaranteed victory. This is a very... Oh, hey, look at that! It's my quarterstaff, which I can't afford! Oh, I wasn't paying attention! God damn it! It's fine. It's fine, because I'm pretty sure he's just going to die, like now. Yep, there we go. There we are. Okay. Crisis averted. You are not safe. Some of the there are okay. So you always know that there are going to be some encounters that you will absolutely always run into. As a very baseline, at the end of every single street, there will be at least one recruitment event and one boss. The boss for the first 2 streets is going to be randomized. Some of the bosses are unfortunately very undertuned and really aren't very dangerous. We happen to have seen the 2 bosses that actually potentially are very dangerous. Spitter is very dangerous if you're not prepared for him. And Gritsalt, if you allow him to do stuff, Gritsalt can just fucking wreck you. Got nothing else that I can do this round? I've got nothing else that I can do this round. Okay, here we go. At the end of the 3rd street is the Warden. He was, for a long time, he was the final boss of the game. I can't even say recent. So like 2.5, 3 years ago, there was an update that included the Prince, who was the actual final boss. I think that you are just going to die. Yeah, this will do it. There we are. None of these. Don't need another superior. Actually, maybe. I have 2 superior heavies in reserve. When I get a little bit more, when Gray and Kesselmead are both up to about 6 stamina, I think that's around about when I can conceivably put one onto. I could probably put one onto Gray right now. But he's not hurting, so fuck it. Okay, so excellence. You're at the end of every boss event, you're going to have a choice of these 3 cards. You can gain $1,000, you can heal the entire party, or you can level up 1 guy. Before you do this, you should look over this right here. That is showing you how much each dude needs to get to their next experience. You can also see this by looking at the it's 3148 out of 3500. But my eyes, I'm old, and my eyes are bad. So instead, an easier visual is. He's about a little under 2/3 of the way towards 6, 2/3 of the way, not all the way. So it looks like Gray is going to get the most amount of overall experience from this, so I will give it to my beaver. Okay. Focus fucking fire. Absolutely. Well done, Lyra. Okay. I was not super thrilled about this immediately because beaver level ups aren't super exciting. Most of their, not all, but many of their passives are not super exciting, and many of their talents basically revolve around boring things like armor generation. But focus fire is interesting. Whenever the opponent is attacked, it puts a permanent debuff on one guy, that every time you attack that guy, each individual attack will add 1 stack of overwhelm. And I have a mouse that I have been relying very heavily on, basically yo-yoing barrage back into my hand a lot. So this is going to be a lot of fun. Okay. Get rid of you. Oh, these guys. Motherfuck. Okay, give me a sec, because I have some things to talk about for this. Diversion for right now. So, these guys are fucking dangerous. These guys kill mice. I'm going to say that again. These guys will fucking kill your mouse. Okay? All right. These guys have a unique buff that they will put on at the end of their first turn. Right now, they don't have it on them. But what it is the thing in the middle. It says Carapace. Every time you take damage from a character, gain 5 stacks of retaliation, which is thorns. Every single time they take damage, they gain another stack of 5. Shipwright over here has currently been doing a lot of hitting 4 times in a row. So that is 5, and then 10, and then 15, and then 20. And he takes damage with every single hit. So if you're not paying attention, and you throw a barrage on a spearman that has Carapace up, your mouse just dies. Just dies. It has happened to me. It has happened to just about every single person who has played this game before. They just fucking die. Pay very close attention to these guys. Okay? Once again, anytime you see any icon you do not recognize, you mouse over it and you familiarize yourself. That being said, I'm going to keep this dude in the middle for now, just for some. Yes, it dangerous as hell. He is. This is one of the first, as of Street 3. Each street, obviously, shit ticks up in terms of difficulty. By the way, let's take a look at our. We're going to take a quick look at our spirits to see what they're doing now. Each turn, the first time you empty your hand, this is untethered. Every time you empty your hand, entire party gains 1 shot of vigor, and if all party members have 0, so it's the exact same thing. Yeah, okay, so this one is exactly the same. This one is exactly the same. This one has, oh no, it still is exactly the same. Oh, when is that going to tick up? Never mind. I will go back and talk about this some other time, because that's not it right now. Give me a second. All right, so these guys currently, what they're going to do is deal 25 defense damage. They're not actually going to do any damage to, they're only going to deal damage to defense, but there's something else. If the character has no neighbors in rank, deals 0 damage instead. So an easy way of trivializing their first round. Kick the dude into the back, and now these 2 dudes will do nothing but put on carapace. So now, what we want to do is get as much fucking damage on these guys while we can. The only other thing I want to point out is that Retaliation only deals damage to melee weapons. Gray over here is equipped with a ranged weapon. Gray's attacks will tick up carapace, but will not trigger it. Gray is immune to retaliate. Keep it in mind. Okay, so that's 1 down. Let's see how lucky I can be. Let's get my last guy out so that this actually does some decent damage. Okay. More draw. Hey, look at that. Look what's back. Not kidding, by the way. Fucking mice. You don't need 30 mice in your party. Just 1 mice is enough. But having 1 mouse in your party, if you are lucky on level ups, it is. Their potential, their damage potential is, they're a little, what I'm trying to get at here is, it is entirely possible that mice might be a little hardcore. Okay. Oh my god. Alright, so, yes. The focus fire is now on this spearman. After going through all of that, this encounter is nothing. So, hold on 1 second. So here. Focus fire on this dude. He does not have rivalry on him yet, so he does not have any charge. So 1 stack of overwhelm. 2, 3, 4, 5. And he also does have vulnerable on him, so this longbow will do double damage. So it's 20 base damage plus the 5 stacks of overwhelm plus 25% from the vulnerable equals just 56 damage. I don't know if you saw that, but it's 56. That was 56 damage. None of these. Okay. All right. So here's what we're gonna do. Morgrim is a guaranteed encounter as long as you have Iris in your deck. Morgrim is Iris's racial boss. Morgrim is one of those characters that if you do not pay attention to the various passives and effects on him, he will just fucking wreck you. Quick Thinking is a free level up. I want to get both. So let's see who's going to get the most out of it. Close to 6, halfway to 6, just turned 6. Hey, look at this. Let's just get Lyra up to 7. Why don't we? And that is Lyra's 3rd passive. Okay, first of all. Big money, no whammies. And, okay. I do have some passive poison generation, what with my mouse that has, every time my mouse plays a card, he throws a stack of poison. But I'm not really leaning into poison. So, you know what? Another dude with Cutthroat is fine. It's not super spectacular, but it'll do. I don't care about Knight Errant. I don't care about the off-duty guards. Let's go get Morgrim. The wolf strides towards you. I just remembered that I was reading the title cards for you. The wolf strides towards you, on the event cards, that is. 3rd time. The wolf strides towards you until he stands only a few feet away. Towering over you, you note the last remnants of Ender insignia embossed in his rusting armor. I confess, I never thought you a defector, he barks. He notes the rage burning in your eyes. Such hatred you have for me, sister, he continues. Do you forget? The city is not stacked alone. Ooh, burn! He's trying to say that Iris was there when you burned the Blackchurch. He begins to circle you slowly, axe held low to the floor. It was my house's signal you flew under that night. By what right would you light a torch and then flee from its fire? His lip curls in a brief snarl. Yet now you would try the same against those who bore the weight of your consequence. One's past is not a costume one wears. A conscience is not as easily cleared as one apparently trades cloaks. That's good writing. That's pretty good. He stops, gripping his axe wide across his immense chest as he fixes you with a penetrating stare. You claim to burn with guilt, yet would once more commit the same sin. He shakes his head. You shall not bring ruin twice upon a great house, sister. A black dawn shall be visited upon this city. Okay, here we go. All right. This guy is actually really fucking dangerous. There's a lot happening. I'm going to take a moment to go over all of it, because there's a lot. And if you don't pay attention to it, you're going to get your ass fucking broken. Morgrim. So first of all, Morgrim is going to be difficult for me because that unholy right there, he's got unholy. He will convert all stacks of bleed into health. That means every time Shipwright touches him or Gray touches him, we're going to be giving him small amounts of health back. I can live with that. Second, he's got Fury. Pay attention to that. This is immovable. I cannot move him into another lane. I cannot delay his turns. Keep it in mind. At the end of every single round, he is going to put an absence into my hand. It is not a permanent absence. It will be it'll dissipate at the end of this encounter, so it's not permanent. And finally, Condemned. Damage you deal to this character is reduced to 0, while the total lifespan of all spirits on the board is equal to or greater than 10. Damage dealt to this character at any time by spirits is half. There are several spirits that deal damage. I haven't actually seen a spirit encounter in a while. I've still only got 3. Which means, okay, also, please note, his attacks, he is dealing 10 damage 6 times. And he's dealing 10 damage 6 times because he's dealing 10 damage for each position not occupied by a spirit. All of his damage is going to be modified by the number of spirits that are out on the board. But if I put out too many spirits, he will not take any fucking damage. These 2 halberdiers are legitimately dangerous. They can hit back rows, they are high damage, and they have bleeds. This Ender Knight over here, he is dangerous because he's got something called Magnificent Plate. Combat start, as long as this guy has equal to or greater than 60 armor, he cannot take stacks of bleed. They will be converted into vulnerable instead. And then there's this fucking guy. All right, so we're not going to be using Conduit because we don't want any of that. I don't like that Gray is taking all of this in the face. All right, so what I happen to know is that the total amount of incoming, the total amount of lifespan that is going to go out on the board is going to be 9 because I've only got 3 spirits currently. Still, I've only got 3 spirits. So let's. Wait a minute. I'll put it in the middle for now. No. I'll put it on her. Okay. There's no sense in putting out. Well, there's no sense in not doing it. Okay, so damage is going to be hit into my back. Shipwright is going to take 40 fucking damage from this, by the way. 20 damage to the full row. Notice that both my beaver and my mouse are lighting up red. See that? Because these dudes hit full fucking rows, front and back. Castlemead is about to take it in the face. And also Gray is about to take, it's 30 damage, so his current armor will withstand it, but then he's going to take 20 damage times 2 on top of it. I'm a little concerned. I am a little concerned. Let's see what we can do about this. Okay, so we're not going to be doing Conduit, and as a matter of fact, we're going to be getting rid of Conduit as a concept. Rivalry is good. The reason why we're not doing anything with Conduit is because I don't want to increase the lifespan of these things. I do not want to accidentally go over 10 and suddenly not be able to do any damage to this guy. Okay, so here's a start. We're going to change this guy's positions, because the first thing this guy is going to do is to jump into the back anyway. So now it's just 20 damage up on the top row. Shipwright's going to take 10 red damage. Gray is going to take 20 because the 30 damage is going to be soaked up. He's going to take 20 from this dude that'll be soaked by the armor, and then 30 from Morgrim. Pink powder does not dissipate as quickly, so I may as well. This bleed, by the way, remember, at the beginning of his next turn, that bleed is going to be turned into health for him. So I'm not doing myself any favors by loading him up with bleed. You guys okay? Okay, my boys are playing out in the hall. So if you hear cats yarbling at each other, that's just what's happening. I've got nothing else I can do this round. Not a good first round, but you guys okay? Okay. They're playing. My cat Nemo is very, very loud and hisses all the he hisses and yodels all the goddamn time, even when he's having a good time. Yikes. Okay. 2 fucking absences. What a pain in the dick. Okay, so good. All right. I am happy. I'm happy. So let's do a couple of things. First of all, focus fire onto Morgrim, because he can go fuck himself. Next, let's get a couple of injuries out of my hand and just load you up with armor. And also, why don't I go ahead and get my barrage back into my hand. 15, and he has overwhelm. So let's see what that looks like. 20, 26, 31, 38. Yep. And okay, so Morgrim is dead. Satisfied with that result. You're going to want to do not. I mean, the steps that I took there, I'm going to strongly recommend for this particular encounter. If you have the opportunity to try to delay the halberdiers, because they are very, very dangerous, but you want to kill Morgrim as quickly as you possibly can. For I assume what I assume is obvious reasons. Okay. I'm less concerned about the clippers and the knight than I am about these halberdiers, so we are going to focus on getting rid of them. Okay. All right. How are you doing? He's going to take 15 damage. He's going to take 10 because he's only got 5 armor. Excuse me. It may be time for me to upgrade Gray to the superior. Is there anything else I can do? There's not really anything else I can do. Yikes! Ooh, doggy. Okay. So I'm going to be focusing a lot on getting heals back onto Lyra, because Jesus Christ. But other than that, try that again. Yeah, he needs armor generation immediately. A little bit, that'll do. Okay. He's gonna do fucking more of the same. God damn it, you little prick. Alright, well, okay. So in that case, so let's get a little bit of restoration onto him. Let's get rivalry into my head. And kill this fucker. Good. Next. I think that's basically it I can do. That's all I can do for right now. Yeah, that'll be fine. By the way, I don't want to point this out. I now have, my mouse now has 2 stacks of rivalry, because I had a thing in my hand that prevented it from banishing the first time around. So he's got 2 stacks of rivalry, which means he's now receiving 9 and 5. You should have more than this. Why is it less? Let's pay attention. I'm going to spin this out for another round. I want to observe what happens because I'm not sure. It's possible that maybe I'm not going to be getting a benefit from having multiple stacks of rivalry. If that's the case, that's important for me to know now. Okay. Okay. Not thrilled about that. I'm being a little bit uncautious, and as a result, I'm bringing on poisons and taking damage that I don't need to be taking. Let's just get you the fuck out of the way. This guy is a real pain in the ass. Look how, like, all that. Why do you need all of this? So theoretically, I should be getting 9 plus 5. I should be getting 14 strength at the end of this round. Let's see if that is the case. Yes, I am. Okay, so I am in fact getting the benefit of 2 stacks of rivalry. That's ridiculous. So now next round it's 11 plus 7. All right, cool. No, we're good. We're all set. I am going to... Yeah, hold on a second. There, that's better. Good. Okay. I'm trying to get, I'm fishing to get some red powder into my hand. I don't have any, and it's irritating, but not the end of the world. Ender Knights make excellent. They're excellent. They're excellently tanky, but they're not especially dangerous in terms of damage. Their biggest concern is that it just takes fucking forever to get rid of them. No, we're good. All right, so bye. Nope. I don't know why, but for some reason, Blood Sacrifice and Carnage seems to come up all the time when for me. I don't know why. It is the card that they want me to have the most, and it's the card that I am likely to take the fucking least. Okay, so first of all, we're going to upgrade Gray to the Superior Heavy, and we're going to upgrade Kesselmead to the Regular Heavy. The wolf looks up to. Let's see if I can remember the voice I was doing for this guy. The wolf looks up. For God's sake, Alex. The wolf looks up at you from the ground, slumped on the corpses of his brethren as he draws his last breaths. Vengeance will not buy you our salvation, sister, he chokes, blood sputtering from his jaw. We unleashed a storm upon the world. The winds have scarcely started changing. Remorse weighs heavily in his eyes as he utters his final word. Who knows what the final toll should be? Ooh, goodness. His cloak possesses a great power, one of the spirits remarks. It seeks a new host. Okay, so here's what we're doing. We are going to swap out Iris's armor for Mogrim's. So now Iris has, give me 1 second. Iris now has Unholy. What that means is that at the beginning of her round, all bleed on her will be converted into vitality. What is important about this is that this effect triggers before the bleed does its damage. She is now functionally fully immune to bleed. She cannot take bleed damage. Bleed only ticks at the beginning of your round. Now that she has Unholy, it simply will not tick. It'll just turn into health, which means Iris now has 1, 2, 3 health potions in our deck. The fucking Relic Knight. The Relic Knight is fine. It's a pretty interesting elite event, but it's a pain in the dick. Yes, that is much better. That's what I'm going to do. So I am going to swap the I'm going to swap the... Come on. Oh, my bad. 1 second. I'm going to swap out the crippled for a bleed. So now that is 3 bleed times 4. We're going to put this onto... what are we going to put you on? You know what? Put it onto the red powder, because we're always going to be throwing that anyway. I'll go after the fucking Relic Knight. God damn it! It's not a fun encounter for me, and the rewards aren't super exciting for me. So it's a pretty difficult encounter. Let's talk about this. So the Relic Knight in the front is a boss. Give me a moment. Relic Knight in the front is a boss. For God's sakes, come on, man. Are we done? We're done. Relic Knight in the front is a boss. Every time he takes an action, everyone in the back rank also takes their action. So the first thing that we are going to do, well, first of all, also the first card that is played against that character will be ruined. If the card is a skill, it will be ruined permanently. So pay attention to that. Do not throw a skill at him if it's the first thing that you do in a round that he is active, because it'll be permanently ruined. Okay, so what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to throw something on him that will banish anyway, so it can't be ruined. And then I am going to quarterstaff him into the back rank. Now that he's in the back rank, I'm just going to tenderly savage the fuck out of him, because I think he's kind of a sanctimonious little shit. I mean, like, he seems nice. He's probably someone's favorite grandfather or something, but he's kind of a sanctimonious piece of shit. Sorry, Relic Knight. I'm sure you're lovely. All right, so hang on. So let's get some card draw. A little bit more card draw. Let's get red powder and also pink powder into the back rank. Another thing to pay attention to is Avenger. Whenever an ally dies, all of the rest of them will gain 3 stacks of Fury. It's important to pay attention to, because all of these guys, all they do is just sweep a row. Every single one of these 3 guys, every one of their attacks is just going to hit an entire row, which can be dangerous if you allow it to spiral out of control, which we're not going to do. Rivalry. Okay. Let's get some armor on you. This single swing into the front rank is not going to be anything special. I'm not scared of it. I'm not concerned. Also, Relic Knight is already dead. 75 damage. Nice. I really fucking love this game, you guys. All right, give me a second. So this fella is just going to do his normal swing, nothing special. They'll all gain stacks of Fury, but as you can see, I'm in a very good position to do a tremendous amount of damage very, very quickly. Get rid of momentum. I'll get rid of injury. Fine. Okay, that's interesting. So I can actually, if I need to, I do have a last-ditch card draw for her. Okie, and give me a second. This encounter is over. We are. The reason why I'm doing this is because this game is actually quite complicated, and I want to try to impart. I think that everyone should be into this game. I'm playing this for you guys in this manner as a tutorial in order to try to help you avoid some pitfalls and take advantage of the learning curve that I have overcome on your behalf. This is a really good game. It is very frequently on sale on Steam for pretty deep discounts. All 3 of the DLC, in my opinion, are worth it. Yeah, fuck it. See what yeah, fuck it gets me? See, please note the amount of bleed that I have on this. A million years ago, we had the opportunity to recruit a mouse that had an ability that would deal damage that would deal 1 instance of damage for each stack of bleed. Please notice, this dude has 16 stacks of bleed. That is 4 damage times 16, in addition to all of the other modifiers, the vulnerability on him, the overwhelm on him, and whatever strength that dude had on himself. He's going to die. Okay. Oh no, that's dangerous. Okay, I see. I need to be careful about that. So, allow me to explain exactly what just happened. 1 second. I'm just going to dismiss all this. So, this... Sharp-eyed viewers have noticed this fucking thing coming up all the goddamn time. Where are you? Hold on. Is it in my... It's not in my discard. Oh, it's in my fucking hand right here. So absence. On cleanup, party loses 3 vitality. The way that this resolves is it is going to be a 3 vitality damage that is coming from whoever is selected. So because Shipwright was selected and Shipwright has Cutthroat, Shipwright, the game resolves doing 3 vitality damage to each person, as Shipwright specifically doing 3 vitality damage to everyone on my party. Shipwright has Cutthroat. Cutthroat is every time he does damage, every time he hits someone, he gives them 1 stack of bleed. That is why everyone just got 1 stack of bleed. So I'm going to need to be very careful about that moving forward. Hey, buddy, you want to come up? Come on up. Come on up, buddy. No? Okay. My cat is, There we go. Good boy. That's my good boy. Yeah. Everybody, this is Nemo. Nemo, this is everybody. I'm gonna try to get his legs in a position so that I can actually... He's not actually pulling my headset off. There we go. All right. Yes, buddy, I love you too. Good boy. All right, so... Now we got that out of the way. Yeah, so let's just fucking kill this guy, shall we? Oh, That was unnecessary. And he will now die he's going to die to his bleed. He's going to die to his bleed, and I don't think I have the damage. Yeah, I don't have the damage to actually go through 44 otherwise, so... Again, like what I literally just said, I have to pay attention to who I have selected before I end the turn if I have absence in my hand. I didn't, and now everyone got 1 stack of bleed. But it didn't resolve because, you know, the combat was over. I would not say no to another rear guard. Rear guard is worth having. Deep strike is also kind of worth having, but I'm not doing poorly. I'm not doing poorly on damage. I am okay with a second rear guard. I'm okay with a second rear guard. The mouse now speaks in all but a frail echo of his former tone. You must not kill the young wolf. He wants me to be merciful. He wants me to be merciful to the prince, who, as we will soon see, killed a whole bunch of people and also his father out of jealousy because someone else was getting daddy's attention. We're gonna kill him so that we're clear. Like, what this dude, you must not kill the young... No, we're going to kill the young wolf. Shut the fuck up. All right, so this fellow is only doing his duty. Spare him. We're not going to execute him. We are not monsters. I also don't want to transform a talent into Strange Mist. I am happy with all of my talents. I am happy with all my talents, although Strange Mist is pretty good. It is, it's a burst of health and removes all poison and bleeding. So let's take a look. What talents do we have? I wouldn't say no to getting rid of Soul Strike because she's not really my damagey person. I would not get rid of anything on him. I might get rid of Fortress. It has not come in super handy. I've got plenty of ways of getting experience back. And also, I'm very regularly putting the thing that generates will onto Sansa Kesselmead, onto Kesselmead. So that actually, it would come in handy. It would come in handy. And it would be, yeah, I think I'm going to actually do that then. Ruthless also. Ruthless is terrible for a beaver. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to turn the terrible talent into a Strange Mist. And I'll just have to... Okay, 2 things happening. High Spirits we're going to ignore. It's just everybody gets 1 shot of Vigor. Crypt is an opportunity to get another spirit. We are going to take the Crypt. Powder Thieves is a very difficult encounter that will give us an opportunity to pick up red powder. But it is randomized. It could be red powder. It could also be blue powder. It could also be pink powder. It could be yellow powder, or it can be black powder. I don't want black powder because black powder is single use, full stop. Yellow powder is boring. Pink powder, it's not necessary to have more than one of. Red powder is worth having several of. So I'm going to start off with the crypt to make sure that I do this. "Don't worry, friend," the wolf remarks as he flashes you a Blackfoot brooch. "I was sent as part of the advance party. Then when we got wind of some catacombs under the city leading straight to the keep, I'm reading this very poorly. I was sent as part of the advance party. Then we got wind of some catacombs under the city heading straight to the keep. When we stumbled upon this, I figured it had to lead to those tunnels, but the others weren't so sure. What do you say?" "It's worth a shot." Yep. The wolf nods excitedly before hurrying down the stone tunnel. The walls are lined with statues of wolves in rugged cloaks, their hands clasped in various deliberate poses. You turn a corner and find yourself presented with a large stone chamber. Several statues encircle the space, the rough walls lined with a thick, dark moss. At its center sits a stone table illuminated by a stray shaft of light. Stepping towards the table with interest, you note... Oh, it's this. You note a crude dagger sits in its center, carved into dark glass. The stone around it is stained, though not by water or blood. Blah, blah, blah. I'm annoyed. I forgot this is what it was. It's not actually a... Is it both? It is both! Oh! I skipped over everything. Oh, I'm sorry. I was annoyed because this is the encounter that gives you Cursed Blade, which is a little underwhelming because, again, I'm not really using her to do damage. But I forgot that it's Cursed Blade and also the best spirit. The best spirit. I'm going to tell you about this best spirit in a moment. A tendril of smoke lifts the dagger and carries it towards you, its whittled surface dancing in the blue light. But that fury brings with it a great power. Let it burn, sister. We're taking it. We're doing this shit. You feel the blade burn in your hand as the smoke howls towards you, winding up your arm until you feel its presence raging in your chest. The blade turns cold. Whole again. The spirit muses, the growling overtones of its voice echoing around you. All right. So let's talk about this really fucking cool one. All right. So, I can only show this to you when I'm actually in a combat, so let's go into a combat. Powder Thieves. The gang corner you into a nearby alley. The largest of the group addresses you. "We got word from Spitter that some competition might be coming to town." He moves towards you and taps the Powder Master's keg. "We're the ones running powder through Dawn's Point. Only ones who ever will. The city's taken, friend." You notice that he's talking about the Powder Master's keg. This is an encounter that was included with the Powder Master DLC. He steps back. "Now hand over your wares, and you can be on your way. But I got the feeling things won't be that easy." The rest of the group place their paws at the hilts of their swords. Point of order, they very clearly have hands, not paws. We're going to be entering some fucking combat. This is a dangerous combat. This is a very dangerous combat. I'm going to explain how this works in... Nope. Yeah, I'll get rid of this. I'm going to explain how this works in just one moment. Let me get rid of all this preliminary stuff. So, this is a specifically scripted encounter. This is not just... They do not have random attacks. This is all intended. It's a fuse that is going to blow you the fuck up. So, note... Flash powder. Whenever this character attacks, they first apply stacks of Overwhelm equal to stacks of flash powder, which will increase by 1 at the end of every round. So he will put 2 stacks of Overwhelm. He will put 2 stacks of Overwhelm, and then he will do a huge hit that hits the entire rank. So this 15 damage is already going to be 30 damage because there will be 4 stacks of Overwhelm on fucking everybody. So we need to make sure that these guys are disrupted as much as humanly possible, which we are in a good position to do. He is going to try to jump into his rank at the beginning of his next turn. But in the meantime, I am going to talk to you about our new dude. Let's talk about the new guy. At the end of your turn, for each card you played during that turn, attack a random target for 2 damage. So if you play a lot of cards, he does a lot of damage. Possessing a character, the first time the possessed character deals vitality damage to a new target each turn, draw a card. This will eventually, by the time we get to the last bosses, this will turn into every time he deals vitality damage, you draw a card. So yes, this is card draw, and it's going right on our mass. right on top of Mousy. All right, so yeah, okay. We're going to start off with a barricade in the middle. We're going to start off with Will on the bear and health on Gray, because Gray is ailing a little bit. And who do I have left? Oh no, I put the wrong one. Oh, What did I put on you? Did I get this? What did I do? Oh, I see. I did this all wrong. I put the wrong guys on everybody. Did the have their positions changed? The positions have not changed. I have no excuse. I just wasn't paying attention. That's fine. It's fine. Don't worry. We're fine. All right, let's go. All right, so Strange Mist. There we are. I feel a little bit better. He was taking some unfortunate damage, and now he is not. So let's make use of this. We're going to make good use of this shot of vigor. All right, let's get some cards. And let's put this on you, because we want you to fucking explode. We don't like you very much. Okay, he'll die to his bleed. Let's do some fishing. So we're going to discard our hand, give back some lifespan to these two dudes, and then we're going to do some damage to everybody, apparently. All right, cool. Cool. Well, may as well start in on you. And make sure that we are on someone who does not give everybody bleed. And the encounter is more or less trivialized. Okay, so we're doing just fine. We're doing just fine. So let's do... Boom. Yeah, we're fine. Okay, none of these. Okay, there we are. So here's what we're doing. We are keeping Shipwright with Fenrir's Rapier because it's quite good, but in his main hand, we're going to be putting a falchion. 11 damage is the highest regular damage for a weapon card that you can find. It also does have that handy plus bleed effect, but this now means that I'm finally going to be getting some value out of having a Kimbo in my deck. So that's nice. This Salter's Net we're not going to pay attention to. If I had a Wolf, it's a good card to have in the stash because the Wolf can play it directly out of the stash, but I'm not fussed about it right now. Now, we need to make a choice, and that choice is going to be, well, we'll talk about it in a second. So first... I don't like any of these. I really don't like any of these. I don't want... Dash is not bad, because that is going to be a good way of getting her the fuck out of danger. We're going to give her one more will, because I am anticipating getting some more spirits pretty soon. Okay. I feel like two barrages is an embarrassment of riches. Two barrages is an embarrassment of riches. I'm going to go with Whirlwind so that I can have at least one card that is different. I'm going to add that to will. Whirlwind deals weapon damage 3 times. It costs 1 will, no stamina. So it's a very strong card, especially if I can find an upgrade that will reduce its will cost by 1. So we are rolling the fucking dice. We are going to gain 3 powder cards of random colors. This can be anything. It can be as weak as 3 black or 3 yellow, or as strong as 3 red, or as mid as 3 pink, and anywhere in between. Okay, here we go. And it is Big Benny No Whammies. 1 red, 1 pink, 1 yellow. Okay, you know what? I'll fucking take it. An extra red is great. I'm all right with the pink, and I'm all right with the yellow. That's fine. It's fine. I got the extra red. I do not. The reason why I don't like Black Powder, it is a very strong card. It's 0 cost, 12 damage to a row, plus also it does, I forget how much bleed, and it blows the dude into the back row if there is room for them to be blown back. And then it ruins itself permanently. It is literally single use. You can use each black powder once in the entire game. I don't think I need to reduce my deck size any further. Shadows I am going to go after, but you see that it's ticking down from 3, so let's go for the slightly more dangerous combat. Okay. Don't need you. Good. Okay, so both of these dudes are going to be attacking the front row. Remember, again, halberdiers. These guys sweep. They'll either sweep like this or they'll sweep like this, and they're both fucking hitting shipwright. So I'm gonna need to make sure. I'm gonna need to make sure that shipwright is gonna do okay. Give me a minute. Set a few things up. Okay. All right, that's going to be enough for right now. I'll have him put this here. So here's what we're going to do. First thing first. One will to get shipwright back up to speed because he's about to take. The way the board is right now, he is going to take 30 damage, and he's got 47. So yes. Okay. Here we go. Okay. All right, now with that, now because I now have a weapon in each hand, Akimbo finally fucking does something. What it does is it's going to swing 3 times for base 11, which is good. I'm happy about that result. Whirlwind, may as well actually. 11 damage 3 times, and we'll just fucking kill you. There we go. Okay, that's the single best crowd control is just fucking kill the guy. Don't really have anything spectacular to... Yeah, okay. Oh, I did not mean to touch that. That was the wrong button. My bad. I hit the wrong card. Okay. That's a very good round 1. Get rid of diversion. Don't need that. Don't need the momentum. Okay. Let's excuse me. He is going to die no matter what. He's got 5 damage coming from the poison, 17 damage coming from the bleed. He will die before the end of next round. He is over and done with. Let's put on 30 bleed immediately. 30 heal on mouse? Who is 30 heal? No. My mouse does not have... I understand. 30 heal? What do you mean? Jens, I'm misunderstanding you. My mouse does not have Unholy, so bleed will just deal damage to him and will actually fucking kill him. Kesselmead has the ability to convert bleed into armor. Iris is the one who has Unholy and will turn bleed into healing. I'm sorry, I lost track of, whatever it was, whatever specific thing you were... Oh, I didn't need to do that. Whatever. I apologize, I lost track. Yeah, no. Okay, good. As long as we're on the same page. Good, fine. Yes, it would be lovely to get Unholy on him. especially because I have so many injuries in this deck. But as it stands, yeah. There's no limit to the number of reserves that are good, and I don't really want any of these. So let's move on. Let's move on. Okie dokie. Okay, let's see if I can do this. I can do knife throwers, shards of glass, and then shadows should tick down. So let's see. Okay, knife throwers. Important thing about a knife thrower. Give me 1 second. Let me get all this out of the way. Okay, knife throwers. You notice they do damage straight ahead. This thing right here, every time the characters attack, they gain +1 knife. Whenever any of my characters plays a weapon card, all of them will throw knives based on the number of knife they have right here. So right now, if I use this quarterstaff, all of these guys will throw 1 knife. I'm going to show you a thing that I'm going to do to exploit this. So I have my armor dude in the middle, and he is going to just swap these dudes' position. So this dude has just taken a bunch of damage at the beginning of next round. Everyone in the back row is going to get 20 armor for every single time that he just took a damage, and he's going to take 5x3 as well. So give me a minute. Let's just get rid of the back rank, shall we? How are you guys doing on armor? Not doing great on armor, actually, so let's not do that. Let's be a little bit more cautious, shall we? That'll do. Okay. Okay. Damage. Okay, doing much better on armor. I can now afford to take it in the face a little bit more. Okay. All right. That's going to be it. Each of these two are going to do 15 damage. That will be just enough that it will knock off his armor, but it will not actually hurt him. Please pay attention to the amount of armor that my back row just suddenly fucking exploded into. Look at that. All right. Now. Strange Mist. Let's get some health back onto Shipwright. Shipwright is in ship shape. Ha-ha! Got him. Give me a moment. That was not necessary. He was going to die anyway. All right. This is also very much overkill. Okay. This is how they all just got that armor. I put this spirit here into the middle because these guys, these knife throwers, they only attack the row right in front of them. So I can guarantee, I know where a lot of this damage is coming. This guy in particular, I haven't had him out in the open very much. I usually have him on the bear or the beaver. Every time he takes a hit, the beginning of next round, he will put a chunk of armor onto everyone in the back row. So he just took a shit ton of individual small hits and pooped out a bunch of armor onto my back row. That's this guy. Each of these dudes do a different thing. Just familiarize yourself with the different thing that these dudes do. And that's all I've got. I think we're good. The reason why he keeps on drawing new cards is because this has finally upgraded to its... The card draw spirit on him has finally upgraded to its final form. Anytime the possessed character deals 5 or more vitality damage, draw a card. So this guy is going to be doing all of my damage forever. Every time he deals at least 5 damage, we draw a card. So our card draw is now resolved for a while. The rest of the game, probably. Calculating Strike is going to probably be the last new card I bring on. Sellsword's Garb is nice, but I don't know if I want to keep it. I don't know if I want it. I'm going to put it in my stash, and I'll think about it for later. Sellsword's Garb is 10 armor per round, plus also a quantity of... This'll do. We're doing Shards of Glass, and then the shadows will attack us. As you stand over the glass, you notice the absence of your reflection. Instead, the glass only reflects the moonlight and the black night behind it. You lift up the largest shard. A ribbon of pale, ashen smoke slowly travels across its surface. Behind it, a darker space through the glass is revealed to you. Something emerges from the deep. A dark, slithering form twists into the black void. Its thin, clawed limbs guide it through the mist. A pair of large, disc-like eyes cut through the fog. Its black tongue slicks and lashes across its quivering maw. I feel it, the creature snarls. The rage, the burning. It glides closer to you. We who seek vengeance are drawn together. It grins, bearing a wide array of dagger-like ivory teeth. Bind me with your blood. So, this one, I'm going to take this person on, and I'm going to hit Iris for 10 max vitality. This is the only one that I might consider not actually taking, because his ability is very, very powerful, but it is a little not really a little situational. If I did not have dudes, if I did not have characters that make excellent use of their, like, have good damaging talents, I would not take this guy. Or, not that I wouldn't take this guy, I'd consider it. You use the edge of the glass to draw blood from your palm. The spirit swims and swirls in the mist before the glass cracks violently. Fractures sprawl out from the Good lord! Fractures sprawl out from the contact with your palm. The spirit's talons break through its surface, clawing and scraping at the silvered surface. The shard breaks in two. Tendrils of black smoke rise out from the rift, slowly taking shape in front of you. The creature writhes and twists before wrapping itself around your torso. You feel its wrath, its fury, its pain. It burns at the nape of your neck. Make haste, it growls from behind you. Yeah. So, Shadows is going to trigger on us now. You quickly turn a corner into a narrow passage and wait for your stalkers to follow you in. Suddenly, the figures burst from the other side of the alley, catching you off guard. No, they don't. Clippers, agile assassins, infamous for their arsenal of poisonous weapons. All right, this is not going to be a very dangerous combat. This would have been dangerous in the second street. Where we are right now, it is not. One of them dives towards you, blade outstretched. You manage to glimpse a vial of green liquid on the inside of their cloak. Viper's breath. Smashing it on the ground would have you suffer a toxic cloud, but might deter your opponents. So you can take a hefty debuff for the next 3 rounds, or you can just fucking fight these guys. So yeah, just fucking fight these guys. You know, just fight them. They're not very dangerous. They would have been if this was the previous street, but we're fine right now. All right, so the first thing these 2 guys are going to do is jump into the back row. So I'm going to, first of all, let's get here. I'm also going to put this dude. Whenever you play a talent, attack a random opponent for 8 damage. Whenever the possessed character attacks an opponent using a talent, deal the same damage to them, and then lose 4 spirit lifetime. So with this, if I put this guy directly onto a character, like for example, Shipwright, and then throw a very powerful talent, such as a big fucking whirlwind or barrage, this dude will mimic the exact damage that it did, the exact same damage. So if it's like 56 damage 7 times, well, it's not going to be 56 damage 7 times. If it's like 25 damage 4 times, which is much more reasonable, he will do another 25 damage 4 times. It is very, very useful. But for right now, we're going to put him out on the street. Let's get some health on you. Nope, don't need that. Yeah, fuck it, why not? Put you in the middle. Okay, so. Okay. Don't need that. Don't need that. All right, not a great pull. He's going to die from his dots, so we will focus on this motherfucker right here. And I don't think he's going to live through his round. No, he will not. All right, so let's start working on the back row. I was not kidding when I said that this is not going to be a very dangerous encounter. Again, if it was a street ago before we had all of this, maybe. Shit, I can't afford it. That's not good. It's not. Whatever. It is what it is. That is about all I'm really going to be able to cast. Let's throw Strange Mist in the front so that Kesselmead gets some health back. I don't really want to saddle anyone with this much fatigue, but it's fine. Let's get rid of this absence for good. This round anyway. Okay. And this dude will now die to his dot. Alright. So that was round one. All right, we're in a very. I'm very happy. I'm not going to take another instinct. I don't need one. We're in a very good position. Assassin's Blade is. I don't fucking care about Assassin's Blade. Kesselmead has just hit level 6. That is good. That is a third talent and another chance to disappoint me. Nope, I'm not going to take any of these. Berserker is not bad, but it is very expensive. It is very, very expensive, and I already know something that is going to happen at the end of this game that is going to make Berserker a liability. It would become a 5 stamina card. I'll explain when I get there. Mentor allows me to duplicate one of the cards in my deck. So let's take a look at the cards in our deck that we can duplicate. We could duplicate a red powder. We could duplicate a refresh or a reserves. What we're going to do is a red powder. 3 red powder is stupid. That is a dumb amount of red powder to have. Okay. I'm not going to take this combat just yet. I am going to go to the Raven Tree because whatever is underneath this combat could be better than a combat. You creep towards the tree, admiring its glassy black bark. Something stirs within you. You feel the presence of something ancient, something indifferent to the passage of time. Your mind cycles between wonder, terror, grief. The trees' twisting branches and the leaves enshrouding them sway against the wind with an unsettling, unnatural rhythm. You study it further. Faint amber flames ripple across the bark, revealing a sprawling network of hairline fractures. The heartwood scintillates with the fleeting glow of windswept embers. As you lean in closer, a thunderous primordial howl erupts from the tree. You stagger backwards as you realize you're no longer on the city street. You stand alone with the tree, enveloped in a deep abyss. The deafening chorus resonates through your entire being, penetrating the depths of your memory. Ash falls around you. The reverberating, bellowing tone remains unintelligible to your ear, yet words begin to take shape in your mind. It has been rekindled, the ancient tongue speaks. The flame that was stifled burns once again. That's an awful voice, and I hate it, and I'm not doing it anymore. A chilling wind brushes past you, through you towards the tree. The flames upon it flash fiercely as if drawing breath. Let's try a different one. One that does not cause continual damage to my poor fucking throat. I don't know. Events are in motion, it continues. A sin was made against creation. A sin that has awakened energies from ancient slumber. That is an awful accent. Well done. The tree burns brighter once again. Oh my god. The tree burns brighter once again, its quill-like leaves gleaming in the orange blaze. A cloud of smoke arises out of the tree, soon taking the form of a great beast, its eyes blazing like the tree behind it. Channeling the voice from before it continues. You must atone for that sin if you are to have my allegiance. That's somehow even worse. Face the demons of your past, enter a combat, and acquire a spirit. Okay, This is a really cool one. This one, when it is untethered, at the end of your turn, it deals 15 damage to the rank with the most amount of opponents. Nothing special. However, if it's possessing a character, at the end of your turn, it deals 12 damage to the last target the possessed character attacked, plus 5 damage for each time they played a card that dealt damage this turn. This spirit is awesome on a weasel. I almost misclicked. I don't really have anything worth putting it on right now. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what's happening on the screen in just a second. I'll get rid of the pink. Okay, that's reasonable. Fine. So, these guys, they are attacking directly. They are directly attacking individual characters. They cannot be blocked. That's number one. Number two, they need to be killed by a weapon attack. It cannot be a bleed, or else they will put a ruin into my deck permanently. Third, see these 3 stacks of red exclamation marks? These are panicked. This character can play 3 cards before he will be pacified. As soon as she is pacified, she cannot do anything else this round. So what I'm going to try to focus on is getting rid of this. I'm going to try to have her play 6, and her play 3 and her play 6. So let's put you right here, because there's no sense in having putting out a barricade. Barricade will not stop them. Put some card draw on you. We'll put some will generation on you. And that'll be it for right now. Okay. So, good start. So 18 and 16 damage, and this damage is going to be, I see. Okay. This damage is, again, always familiarize yourself with the incoming actions, always familiarize yourself with the shit that is sitting on top of the other guy. If you don't pay attention, you can just fucking lose the game. You can just fucking lose. Ooh, that's cutting it super fucking close. He's going to take 18 damage, and he's got 19. Ooh, super close. Alright, so, he took that damage from a spirit, which I believe counts as a card attack. I'm going to see if he's added anything to my deck. Let's see if he's added anything to my deck. It's called Torment. I don't see it. We're good. Alright. Let's get rid of Shadow Stab, and let's get rid of... Oh, guess I've already done that. In that case, let's just put Focus Fire, and let's just start fucking wailing on him. Yeah, no need to stand in silence. Let's just fucking up. There we go. Bye! Okay, we're done. Don't need another Invigorating Blow. Do not need Upper Hand. I'm all set, I think. I think I'm all set. Actually, Upper Hand might not be a bad idea for my mouse, as I can very easily pump out 30 damage with them. What Upper Hand is I'll take it. I'll take it. It banishes itself anyway. It's fine. Good, the spirit remarks, but there's much yet still to be done. For some reason, every single voice I use for these guys is this gravelly voice like this, and my throat is really, really fucked up, so it is hurting. So from now on, all the voices are going to be something that is a lot easier for me to do. I don't know. The tree vanishes. Maybe I'll try doing Kermit. The tree vanishes. No, I'm not going to do Kermit. The tree vanishes, the spirit along with it. You will return to the street, but still feel the presence of the spirit still with you. The voice echoes in your mind. Now we shall have vengeance. Cool. Okay. There's my crossroads. I can do nothing about this large crowd. This means I cannot select this. And we're just good. Good to go. That's it. Enough of that street. Starting with the stronger combat. Okay. That's a lot. All right, these fucking guys. See these Ender armored crossbowmen? These guys fucking suck. They do two things that can end your... Well, they do two things, one of which can end your run. So, first of all, please note they have protected, and the guy in front of them has protector. So as long as someone with... whenever this character receives damage, up to 25 damage is redirected to the ally directly in front. Protected removes when the protector dies or this character is no longer positioned behind them, and this dude in front is going to, while the character behind this one is always has protected while this one is alive. So these two Ender guardsmen, they're not very dangerous, but they are going to prevent me from fucking up these crossbowmen. These crossbowmen are going to do two things. First, they're going to shoot, and next they're going to put on something called Overwatch. Overwatch deals 1 damage and applies 1 stack of bleed for every card I draw outside of my initial draw. If you are not paying attention, you can just stack up an absurd amount of bleed in a short period of time, and then you die. Let's see. Okay. How's everyone doing on health? Let's get some health from the back row. And let's get some... See, that overwhelm is going to go onto the dudes in the back, but they're not going to take the damage from it. I need to get these fucking Ender Guardians the fuck out of the way. Okay. Okay. This should actually do a little bit of damage now. Good. Okay, so that's one reasonably down. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this dude, and I'm going to put him over here. So now, no one in the back row. This dude is about to die by you. And you are going to murder him. Well, not murder him, but you're going to do some damage at least. I take it back. You might actually just murder him. It is dumb having this much red powder in a deck, by the way. It's a lot. This is a lot. So I don't really have anything else that I want to play here. All these injuries aren't going to do me any good. So I've got Conduit in hand. I am going to... Do I have anyone else I can throw out? No. Okay. So everybody, let's get everybody... Please notice, this dude right here is already up to 18. I don't know what I did to force it up that way. Something I did must have... Yeah. Well, we'll see. Give a second. He's going to die from his bleed. He is not going to die from his bleed, and that's fine, because it just occurred to me that this is still the first round. Oh yeah, he's going to die to the one of the spirits snapping him in the face. Good. I'm all right with that. Don't care too much about yellow powder. Don't care too much about cornered currently. All right, so... So, aim to get rid of the crossbowmen as quickly as possible. Whatever you're doing on this particular encounter, please do yourself a favor and try to focus on getting those two crossbowmen down. So I'm going to do a thing, all right? So I'm going to move or swap position twice. So first I'm going to move to the front row. Next I'm going to move to where this barricade is. The barricade is going to go back to the front. And now this dude is out on his own. Sorry, dude. All right. Okay. Yeah. We're fine. What a colossal... Okay, so the reason why this dude is not actually ticking down in damage... There we are. So this guy has something called Juggernaut. He cannot take less than 5 damage. He will fully ignore any damage equal to 5 or less. And I'm hitting him with a card that does 2 damage 4 times. So it's not actually hitting him, but it's not doing any damage, but he does have focus fire. So every time that he gets smacked with it, it is in fact taking that focus fire up. Okay, so let's... There it is. There's my buddy. All right, so... Okay. None of these. None of these. I want to point something out to you very quickly. This card's setup is a card that I do tend to see a lot of, especially newer players pick up. I'm going to strongly recommend that you do not take setup. It's the end result of what it does is actually, in my opinion, it's underwhelming for its cost. It's 2 skill, excuse me, it's 2 stamina, only 6 damage, only two vulnerability, and draw 1 card. It seems on paper like it's going to be quite nice, but in practice, it is almost always going to be quite underwhelming. I want to point out that I only very rarely add cards to my deck. Okay, so we got a choice. Stroke of Genius is I'm not fussed about weapon cache. Called by the Cold is going to be a special encounter with more of those ghostly dudes that put panic on my guys. For no major, I mean, I'm not going to get anything huge in return for it. I don't believe that, if I recall correctly, the reward is not extraordinary. Stroke of Genius, however, is going to allow me to potentially change around, re-roll, or ditch talents. I'm not super happy with Soul Strike. I'm very happy with everything my mouse has. My mouse is great. I'm pretty okay with everything that Kesselmead has, and I'm reasonably happy with everything that my Beaver has. Let's see how they're doing on experience. Halfway to 7, just turned 6. And is halfway to 8. Okay, so you will no longer gain any more experience as of the last card in this street. You do not gain any experience for beating the Warden. You do not gain any experience for beating the Spymaster, and you gain no experience for beating the Prince. So whatever experience you have, by the time this reads 1, that's it. That's all I'm getting. So I'm going to try to get as much as I possibly can. You creep you creep delicately into the center of the court, placing each foot with caution and purpose. You halt as you reach the court's center. A low, chilling wind whispers over the stone floor, stealing away the sound of the city in its wake. Unsettled, you turn to leave, but find your entrance to this space replaced by another stone wall. Oh no! The same stone that now flanks you on all sides. Slow panic begins to consume me. I'm not actually panicked. An unearthly sound howls out from... I am literally living with ghosts. Like, what the fuck are you going to do to frighten me? My team leader literally throws ghosts into people's bodies. It says possessed. Just saying. The unearthly sound howls out from the silence. Ribbons of twisting shadow emerge from each of the stone walls. I'm just saying, none of this is frightening to me. This is just breakfast. Ribbons of twisting shadow emerge from each of the stone walls, curling with the wind until their dreadful tendrils coalesce into 3 black haunting specters, bearing the faces of your past, of your brothers. As the cloaked revenants approach, the stone walls begin to close inwards, confining you to the horrid visions of your mind. We're gonna fuck these guys up. It's just these dudes. It's the same dudes. It's literally the exact same combat that we had before. There's no real variation or difference. It's the same fucking thing. All right, so what do you got? So I've got 30 damage coming in on Iris, which I'm concerned about. So I do want to. The top and bottom need to go first. Let's get some spirit damage going, and let's get some card generation going, and let's get some will generation going. And apart from that, I'll just go ahead and throw you there. I'll throw up a barricade because why not? Really, why not? Okay, okay. Okay. Alright, so bottom one's dead. Let's work on the top one now. He is pacified. This right here, this means pacified. That, familiarize yourself with that symbol. That's what that means. You will, in the normal game, you will encounter this debuff pretty commonly. The normal games, the regular games, starting deck has a card that will give you a large amount of armor in exchange for pacifying that character for the rest of this round. So that's where you're going to become most accustomed to seeing this particular thing. Let us... So what are we doing? Let's see. Whoop. Did not mean to do that, actually. I wanted to hit the guy on top. And let's... You are pacified. So boot to the head. You are pacified again. Okay, that's right. Just reminding myself that I can't actually do anything with him. Okay. Worth a shot. Okay, good. That he got killed by the spirit that is sitting on top of Iris. Deals damage. He deals damage plus also additional damage for every damaging card that character played. That is what happened right there. Don't need any of these. The last wraith vanishes with a ghoulish cry. The cold air brings sharp clarity to your senses. Find deliverance in the quiet, gain salvation. I am such an idiot. I was going to pass this one up. Salvation is an excellent fucking card, and I forgot that this is the event that gives it to you. Salvation is a zero-cost card. When it's drawn, everyone in the party just heals for 3 vitality. When it's played, you draw a card. It's perfect. It is basically a null card in that it is itself worth another card. It does not take up any space because it draws. It does not... Okay. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to talk to you I'm going to finish up my thought. My thought is finished. Hesitation. This is going to do 5 damage to my entire party, and I need to hit escape in order to have access to the prince. I honestly can take 5 damage. I've got plenty of healing. I've got plenty of heal generation. So let's just go to the escape and... roll the dice to see if there's anything more valuable underneath those 2 cards. You enter the chamber to find a narrow canal, the water a dirty green. The boat you sent bobs in the water as the informant and his family throw what few belongings they could carry into it. So, the informant's family has been arrested and is in prison. So in the first street, we bought a boat that we are now loaded them into. In the second street, we broke the informant's wife and child out of prison, and now we are helping them escape the city. This used to be an incredibly difficult encounter. Too difficult. So they nerfed it. And now it is kind of not difficult anymore. The gate won't budge, the informant yells, pointing to a hefty iron gate blocking passage to the river. We need more leverage. Help me haul it up with this. Apparently I'm just done with doing voices. He holds a length of iron chain out to you, the other end affixed to the gate and dropped over an overhead beam. As you reach out to take it, dozens of guards begin to flood out from a second entrance further down the chamber. You're drastically outnumbered, but the narrow platform stops them from surrounding you. So, this is what those chains are for. Here is how this works. Give me just a moment to get some shit out of the way. Not going to discard you, but I will get... No, you know what? I'll discard you, sure. So, here is this encounter. Up here at the top of the screen, you see 0 out of 15. Every single time I play chains, that will raise by 3. It means I need to play chains. I need to play a card named chains no less than 5 times during this encounter. Once I have done that and there are no enemies left on the board, this encounter is over. Once the gate is all the way up, they will stop spawning. Until the gate is all the way up, if there is any room on the board, a new dude will spawn into an empty space every single turn. So, all right. Okay. Here we go. So, first things first, we want to get these fucking barricades out of the way. You're going to notice that all three of these guys have taken cover. They cannot be targeted while they are behind a barricade because, of course, barricades sometimes do they interact with cards very strangely. I'm not going to get into it unless I see it. Any card that deals vitality damage will deal nothing to a barricade. Do not, because I've done this before, do not trigger the strength bomb and then hit a barricade with barrage. What's going to happen is it'll build up strength for the first strike, then it'll consume that strength with the next strike, and the next two strikes will do nothing. It doesn't interact well, unfortunately. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, let's get rid of this instead. And we're good. Alright, so focus fire is not going to come in useful because these guys, I want to point this out, that these guys all have very low health. When I mentioned that this used to be an exceptionally dangerous encounter, the reason why was because every single turn, the gate would close by one. That no longer happens. Now, any progress you make on the gate is permanent. It used to be that you needed to be able to get those chains into your hand very quickly, or you would very swiftly lose all your progress, especially if your deck is very large. And because each new dude you add to your party is adding talent cards and weapon cards, it is very difficult to keep a lean deck in this game. Okay, that's all I need to say. Okay. May as well just get it. I'm throwing it out so that it does not come back up in redraws. Let's get rid of that absence. That's no longer a time bomb in the deck. Okay, good. We want obviously to get as many of. We want to get as many. Any card draw again. Card draw. Uber alles. There is no effect in this game potentially that is more important overall than just raw card draw. Now, any of these worth casting? Any of these worth casting? Do I got anything that you can throw? No. Okay. All right. Okay. Actually, I should be constantly cycling to make sure that those fucking chains get back into my hand. I only have 2 chains in my deck. I did have an opportunity earlier to pick up 2 additional chains to make this encounter slightly easier. Whether or not you choose to do so is going to be entirely up to you. It is the chains will be discarded from your deck permanently at the end of this encounter, so it will not cause any. It won't cause lasting damage to your deck. But at the same time, while you have it in your deck, it is. I mean, it's a It's a cancer. It's a tumor. Every time you draw it, there's nothing you can do with it until you get to this encounter. All right. Heal in the front row. And there is nothing to throw. Okay. Unfortunately, this encounter is not dangerous anymore. Now, unfortunately, all it is kind of tedious. You are there's no real race. You're doing fine. I mean, like there's the health amounts and the amount of damage that these dudes are doing is it should not be dangerous for you for where you are in this game, where you are currently. What I'm trying to do right now is there's a max hand size, so I'm trying to play some cards out of my hand so that I can draw additional cards because I want to get these fucking chains up. And that's all I got. Ugh, excuse me. Try to make myself a little bit more comfortable. My leg is falling asleep. All right. So instead, all we're going to do really is just sort of demonstrate how fucking stupid it is to have 9 stacks of Overwhelm on a guy. Bye! 44 fucking damage. That's dumb. That's dumb. All right. Nothing else we can really do. So we just wait. The next time we see a chain, we're done. The next time we see a chain, we're done. And there it is. Okay, good. So now all we have to do is just beat this guy. No further dudes will spawn. This is it. That's the end. Good. We're done. Okay. We have now unlocked the pathway to the prince. Now, if we did not do this, if we ignored any of these encounters, we will be given ample opportunities. We were given ample opportunities to ignore these events. Each one of these events has an option to just back the fuck away and not actually take it. You also can simply allow the events to expire and not click on them. If you miss any of these events, the pathway to the prince is closed off, and the final boss of the game is the warden. If you do all 3, the final boss of the game is the prince. The reason why I'm making it a point to make this distinction is because all of the challenges, which each give you a very valuable card if you complete the game, with these very difficult these difficult mods added onto it. It's a challenge run, obviously. You get very powerful cards, including Refresh, including Balance, including a lot of the cards that I have been using a lot of. Not a lot, but several of the cards that I've been using a lot of. That is important because for some of the more dangerous ones, you don't want to go up against the prince with this challenge. Instead, you tell it's reasonable. You tell the informant to go fuck himself. You allow his family to rot in prison. You kill only the warden, and as long as you have not completed the informant's tasks, the end of the game becomes the warden. What it's waiting for is what will trigger the reward for the challenge is seeing a screen that says vanquish. If you kill the warden and you have unlocked the prince, you will not see a screen that says vanquish. And if you get killed by the prince, you will not complete the challenge. That is important. Excuse me. Taking 5 damage, everybody. Sucks, but there's nothing I'm going to do about it. Blackfoot contract. Hello, buddy. This is a free heal, and I'm just going to throw it onto Iris. Oh, I forgot I was reading the title cards. My throat is not doing great. I might not read too many more of the title cards. I hope you don't mind. We're just going to kind of, and also because these guys, it's getting very close to these gentlemen's lunch. So I don't want to be doing this for the rest of the day. So, give me a few moments. I know, I love you too. All right, so we're going to do a thing that I have not been able to actually pull off even once throughout this entire fucking game. So this is a thing that I had in mind when I picked up Cornered. Cornered is deal weapon damage X amount of times for each stack of Winded that I have. One of the cards that I just played, hold on, is this one, Running on Fumes. This is a card you get from a challenge. Draw 3 cards, gain 4 Winded. So what I'm going to do right now is, let's see, who don't we like? It's not going to kill him, probably. We don't like you. I guess it is going to kill him. I was wrong. Okay. And... done. None of these. Basic combat. That's fine. We at least some of my guys, I hope, are close to level 7. I want my boys and girls to hit level 7. Actually, I want my boy and girls to hit level 7. Level 7 is the third. Level 7 is the third. It's my third passive, and that is very, very important. It's very important because passives can in fact be game changing. Also, 3 halberdiers in a row is scary. This is if you are first starting this game. This lineup on the other side of the street. This is fucking scary. Each of these guys is going. Holy shit! They are doing 60 damage to the top goddamn row. Okay. Ha ha ha. Goddamn. This actually could potentially end with Shipwright being killed. It's not going to, because we're going to stop that from happening, he said, tempting fate. But yeah. All right, so let's start off with reducing the amount of incoming actions. I should have thrown this pink powder first. That's my fault. Obviously, it's my fault. All right. It's going to be an absence, and I don't have any means of discarding it. Shit. Okay, so there's going to be 40 damage coming in the top. There's nothing I can do about it. That is unfortunate. Okay. I might have things I can do with it. I might have things I can. I might be able to do something about it as long as Shipwright keeps on dealing damage directly to Vitality. All right. Strange Mist. Strange Mist to the front row. Okay. Yeah, when I said that there's nothing I could do about it, clearly I was lying. You should never pay any attention to me. I guess I just don't know what I'm talking about. Alright. Now you did not do 5 damage. Did not do at least 5 damage with any of these. Okay, so we're making sure that we're on someone who does not bleed on hit before we end, because we've got an absence in our hand. So it turns out there was no 40 damage coming in on the top row. I was lying. I apologize. We're good. We're good from right here. 1, 2. Hey, look at this. He's got fucking 15 strength on his back. That's crazy. Hey, look at this. It's a barrage. Bye. None of these. None of these. All right, this is the last possible everything. This is the end of the game. So, I did not manage to make it. Did not manage to make it to level 7. Did not manage to make it to level 7 for 3 of my guys, and that is unfortunate. I think I should probably be okay. I don't know, but I think I should probably be okay. I'm going to have Gray is going to voluntarily take 10 vitality in order to permanently increase by 1 stamina. And then we are done. We are now at the last recruitment event. Now, at this last recruitment event, because we can no longer gain any experience, there's no reason not to recruit as many people as possible. And we've got Eleanor Derwater, Brom de Grey, and Hammer Rolfwick. Let's see. Eleanor could potentially be fucking incredible with Ardent, because I've got a lot of card draw. I have an awful lot of card draw. The problem is that that is four will. Ugh. Allow me to explain what is going on in my head. Hares can be quite powerful, but they have the worst racial ability in this game. Both of this character's talents are based around upgrading that racial ability. The only thing that this dude has going for him is this, Ardent. Whenever you draw an additional card, gain 2 strength. I am gaining cards all the goddamn time. That could potentially make Eleanor Derwater into a nuke. Other problem is, Eleanor has low stamina and high will on a rabbit, and that is bad. That is poor choices. Each level that you gain, as I said, you make 2 choices. You choose to increase stamina or will, and then you choose between one of three talents or one of 3 passives. Ideally, you want to have you want to be able to make as many of those decisions yourself, because if the computer is left to make those decisions for you, it's going to make those choices at random. This is a good choice. Ardent. Hunter's Trap, Exploding Trap, those are not good choices. Putting 4 will onto a excuse me. Putting 4 will onto a hare, not a good choice. And then there's this. Brom de Grey might be okay. He might be okay. Fanatic is not. Fanatic, it doesn't give me anything. Whenever this character takes damage from bleed, they gain 1 will. Fine. Lone Wolf is full on useless, because it only gives benefit if the character is literally by himself in this run, if you are going a solo run. So this is an excellent thing for the Powdermaster. It is crap for a character that is good, that is potentially going to be joining what is already a gang of 4. That means that the only thing that this dude has that is valuable is Plagued. Whenever this character plays a card, 1 poison is applied to a random opponent. Weasels convert 1 will into 6 damage and 9 bleed, which is very strong early street. Later streets, it's not nearly as good. Incision is fine. It's fine, actually. I don't want to say fine. Incision is fine. Flash is also fine because he's got a barbed crossbow, which is very good. Weapon damage is 15 with 5 bleed, and it has some special handling stuff. This is another challenge reward. Incision does weapon damage. Oh, hey. Hello, Twink Knight. Thank you for coming along. Incision is... Where was I talking? What was I saying? Incision deals weapon damage, and if the target already has bleed, he's already got bleed. Spawn in a 0-cost concealed blade. This guy would have been great if I had taken that mouse that has that bleed attack. And this is finally... I'm not... Nope, maybe, nope, no. Unholy is nice. But the dagger is bad, and I don't really have any good weapons in my... I don't have any weapons in my stash. Throwing dagger is great. Excuse me. Throwing dagger is great. Riposte is not... Actually, might be pretty good. This might be pretty good. Do I have anything in reserve? I do not. I can't even check. Throwing daggers is phenomenal. It is actually very, very strong. And Master at Arms would be good if he had any decent weapons. Kite Shield is fine, I guess. Dagger is really underwhelming for this part of the game. Riposte, however, is very good because it blocks movement. And I'll explain why that's important in a moment. Master at Arms is also kind of nice. So it's either going to be Brom de Grey, who has 1 good passive, a very strong weapon, and decent talents. I do have 2 pieces of armor in my stash, yes. That's the reason why I'm not bringing that up. I'm okay with the armor, but I do not have any weapons in my stash. What I'm looking at is something better to put into Hammer Rolfwick's hands than a dagger and a kite shield. Because if I have a choice, I'm going to want to excuse me, I'm going to want this to be a barbed crossbow, and I'm going to want to put that barbed crossbow into my mouse's hand, because my mouse has, well, maybe not, because he doesn't really have a lot of will for whirlwind. I'm talking myself into a nothing. Brom de Grey has 2 passives that are useless to me, and one that is underwhelming but fine. These talents are okay. It's mostly this barbed crossbow. Soldier's Heirloom is also quite strong, and I honestly think I'm going to go... I think I'm going to go with the bunny. I'm going to go with the bunny. I don't usually go with bunny. I very commonly avoid bunny because their racial ability is it's not good. It's not great. You are going to be in the back rank. I'm going to give you Sellsword's Garb. We're going to get rid of this Scoundrel's Cloak, maybe? No, we're going to change the Scoundrel's Cloak for the Shipwright. We are at the point where you... No, I don't need spell. Here's my last. Last looks. I'm sorry, I know that I'm just spiraling off into fucking nothing with this. Let's put... Character's primary and secondary weapons to his hands, but his primary and secondary weapons kind of suck. Unless I give him something slightly better. Do I have anything slightly better I can give him? I can give him a quarterstaff, actually. That would not be too bad. I can give him that quarterstaff, and now he has a talent that will allow him to get that displacement back into his hand. That'll be fine. And he's wearing Sellsword's Garb, which is passive, armor generation, and a small amount of retaliate. We are in it to win it, fellers and others. All right, the Warden. Okay. Here's our first actual acid test. The Warden is a very well-designed fight. Everything that the Warden does, specifically that the Warden does, is tailored to anticipate the strongest, the builds, the decks that you may have built yourself into in order to get this far. The first thing the Warden is going to do is jump into the back row. The next thing he's going to do is hit the entire back rank and bring the back rank into the front. So your back rank is now your front rank, who will then be carved up by halberdiers. The Warden, if you leave him to his own devices, will fuck you up. These 2 Ender Knights, they're honestly tanky but not super scary. This Ender Bannerman, this is the first time we've seen one in this game, he will banish the first card I play every round, which means I need to make sure that I'm okay with losing that card until he dies. The Warden also does have Magnificent Plate. He cannot take bleed until he is down to at least, until his armor is below 60. He also has this. Nope, not Commander. This one. Champion. Okay, so let's talk about Champion. Whenever this character takes more than 25 damage from a single attack, the excess damage is ignored and converted into armor. Do you know how much fucking damage Shipwright does right now? If I am not paying attention and do one of those huge fucking strength bombs onto the Warden, what happens, is the Warden takes 25 damage maximum, and the rest of it turns into 5,000 armor. And the longer the Warden goes on, the more dangerous he is. He has got a lot of really, really scary effects. So here's what we're going to do. First things first, we are going to put our armor dude into the front row because we've got 2 big sweeps coming to the front. This guy is also, he's hitting my bear. 2 big sweeps coming to the front, so that is going to be 40 armor for my back row because I'm anticipating that they will be pulled to the front. Let's get this dude on you. Let's get card draw on you. Let's get will generation on you, and I think I'm okay. I don't want to put this guy out just yet because he'll just copy all of my talent damage and then kill himself. So first things first, we're going to make sure that the first card we play is something we don't mind if it gets banished. So we're going to play something that will banish itself. Next, we're going to... Riposte is not going to do any good for me right now. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to delay this man's starting attack. Who has... There we go, I gave the quarterstaff to you. We're going to take you, and we're going to move you to the back. We're going to delay his actions. He is hitting, this dude is hitting my bottom row and also Rolfwick. I can manage, I'll be fine. Let's get some additional armor into the front row. Let's see what else I've got. This is not a good hand. Although I do have conduit. I'm alright with that, I do have conduit. So let's actually, because I do have that conduit, let's throw that on you, and let's make some choices. I want to start working on fucking this guy down. I don't like halberdiers. I want them to be dead as soon as possible. Another very valid... Oh, hey, I forgot. Whoops. Yeah, I already consumed my thing, but the halberdier is nearly fucking dead. You are going to want to focus on getting rid of this bannerman unless you are okay with, and remember to only play cards that you're okay with being banished as your first card of the round. So let's... I'm okay with getting rid of all the rest of these, so let us... Okay, get some armor on you. Alright, we're just going to discard everything else that's in hand. Are we? Shall we? A little bit of damage on you. Okay. Now this is going to pull his... This would pull his quarterstaff back into his hand, but I do not want to swap the ender... Actually, maybe I might not. You know what? Maybe I might. Maybe I might. I'm going to smack you, move you to the back. So now you, that is another chance of... Oh, no, okay, that's fine. So he's going to hit top row and also shipwright. Shipwright has 1 stack of anticipation. He will not take any damage from this attack. That was the right choice. I am proud of me. Good job, XV. All right. Next, the next thing we're going to focus on is getting rid of this bannerman and the warden. We do not want the warden to be able to fucking do anything. Warden is scary. We don't want him acting. So first, let's get some. Let's get the first round out of the way. Okay, we took no damage from that. The back row is going to get a healthy amount of damage, a healthy amount of armor. That's great because let's get rid of you. Because this dude, remember, the warden, he's going to try to grab my back row and pull it to the front row. If you are new to this game, that is how you lose to the warden. Those of you who have played this game, that's what's happening to you. That is why you're getting killed on the warden. Around about in the 3rd street, you need to start looking for better defensive options for your back row, because the warden is going to directly attack your back row, bring it to the front row, and then they are going to get carved to pieces by the halberdiers. The prince also has one of the prince's kingsmen is a dude called Obelisk, who will constantly shuffle your motherfuckers. Now again, remember, this dude is still alive, so make sure that whatever you play first is something you don't mind getting banished, which is going to be something that will banish itself. He is going to deal 20 damage and then shuffle across. We're going to deal with... I'm going to start addressing the front row. I'm going to delay just a little bit because I do have quite a few reliable means of controlling the warden. I'll be honest, I'm not super scared of him. I'm not super scared of him right now. But I do still want to take this encounter very seriously, because this is a very serious encounter. The warden has been specifically designed to fuck you up based on generally the most successful beginner builds. One of the first things that you learn is your front row can block for your back row, and so, easy tactic, get 2 dudes in the front row or a couple of dudes, get a front row that has heavy armor and light armor in the back row so that you have extra actions. But he then just fucking undoes that immediately by dragging your back row to the front. You also may have gotten this far by doing what we've been doing. Big fucking strength bombs with the mouse. If you try that shit on the warden, he will fuck you to pieces. You need to nickel and dime this motherfucker to death. You need to be very careful never to deal more than 25 damage at a time to the warden. Keep it in mind. Keep it in mind. Just saying. All right. All that being said, we're good. We're fine. Let's kill you. Good. Don't really want to kick you. Okay, I'm doing a very specific thing. I'm not going to kick this dude into the back row because I do not want him to attack this round. So I'm going to kick this dude instead so that nothing happens. The reason why I'm doing that is to... I discarded his talent so that there's no talents, no weapons of him in his hand. He's got the mouse spirit on him, so now he's gained an extra stack of will. That's the reason why I did the things that I just did. Okay. My bear, by the way, is going to have, what, 13 stacks of 12. So he's just not doing... Bear, Kesselmead is not doing anything this round. That is immediately going away. Yep. All right. Now, he is ready to start trying to fuck my shit up. He has got Glorious Assault, 20 damage to the opposite opponent rank. All opponents move swap in lane. This character's rank gains 15 armor. This is his thing where he's going to pull my back row to the front row. But I've already fucking prepared for this eventuality. My back row has a decent amount of armor already. And also, I've got Shipwright, who has been fucking up bitches all goddamn game. Just all game. All right, so you've got Unholy, so let's get this onto you. That's the thing that's being banished this round. Next, let's... I'm really fucking sick of this Bannerman. And I want him to go. But now that I've just done that, I think that it might have been better if I focused on these guys because they've got a stupid amount of Overwhelm on top of them. Live and learn. That'll do. Okay. So, I'm going to take this focus fire. I am not going to put it onto the warden because that will... It will make it much more difficult for me to work out how much damage I'm doing to the warden. You may have noticed this, but I do a what some might say, an irresponsible amount of damage. Is there anything else you can do? There's nothing else you can do. That's fine. 106 damage. All right, so what I'm going to try to fish for is somewhere in my draw pile I know is my quarterstaff, or also Master at Arms. Either of those two things will get a quarterstaff into my hand. I want to delay Warden's action. So that's... and I have a shit ton of things to fucking draw more cards. Look at all this fucking card draw I've got. So... let's empty out my hand just a little bit. Alright. So let's banish you. No dice. Alright, let's start working on the guy in the back then. We're going to start preparing him for a big fuck. Damn. Come on, man. Shit. Please keep in mind, I'm taking this seriously because this is serious. I don't really think we're in very great danger right now. Just to be clear. There it is. Let's get him right on top of the trap, too. Okay. We're all set. That's basically all we can do this round. Except I can punch him a little in the face. You notice, by the way, I did 25 damage to his armor, and then it jumped back up to 45 because I was not paying attention, and he's got already 3 stacks of Overwhelm on him, so I need to be careful. Okay. So here we go. Very, very slowly, very gently, very carefully. Exactly. Oh, shit. Yep, still ticked up. We are going to pick this man apart. Now, I want to say something about this now that we're at the end of this encounter. The story that is happening here is that the prince was very jealous because Daddy didn't love him enough, or at least didn't tell him that he loved him enough. So, as happens every single time something like that happens, the young man in question fucks it up for everybody else. He killed his father, and then he sent the Enders to burn the Blackchurch, which is the reason why we are here in vengeance. Many, many people died. The warden is he's the warden for the old king. He was not installed, as far as we can tell, he was not installed with the prince. He is with the old king, and the old king, we are explicitly told, was beloved. Beloved kings do not tend to have evil guard captains. What I'm getting at here is the warden is very likely lawful good, and is just doing his fucking job. And we are going to kill him. Regardless. Just pointing that out. Just pointing that out. We are not necessarily in the right here. He's doing his job, and his job is he will defend the prince to the death. That is what he is going to do. That is always what he is going to do. He will defend that throne because that is his fucking job. It is not his fault. His boss is a prick. So, we will have a brief ending cinematic, and then we will move on. I've turned the music volume down. I apologize. That's the reason why it's not sweeping in scope right here. There's the warden. I want to make it very plain. We did a bad thing in killing this wolf. That's important for later. I'll explain why it's important later. In the meantime, this is where the game used to end. And then, because I've completed all 3 of the informant's tasks, please pay attention to the gate behind the potentially lawful good captain of the guard that we have just murdered on our way to a piece of shit prince. See, it lifted. The gate lifted. That's what you get for doing the thing. It's not that exciting, I know. I really like this game. Leave me alone. Here we go. So, first thing that's going to happen is everybody's going to heal up to full. We are then going to fight against the Spy Master. The Spy Master is legitimately undertuned. If you are strong enough to beat the Warden, the Spy Master is fucking nothing. And it's kind of unfortunate that it's fucking nothing, because I've deliberately increased. I've deliberately spun this out, stepped back and waited to see what it is that he actually does. And he does a lot of really cool things. He puts ticking time bombs into your deck that you need to play, or else they will explode and do damage to you. And he summons his own backup onto blank spaces on your side, which is pretty cool. And he's got this thing. It ticks up by 2 whenever this character is attacked. when a shadow is spawned, they gain stacks of whatever equal to the current stacks of Shadow Master. Basically, the more times you attack him without killing him, the stronger his servants are going to be. The problem is that he is all fucking alone against this fucking gang of goddamn murderers who are backed up by the spirits of the dead. We have got the actual spirits of vengeance, and this man is all by himself. And that is actually a real problem, because he does not have anyone to run interference for him. There's no one else I need to pay attention to. I can just focus all my shit on him, and he really doesn't have anything that can... He doesn't really have anything to stop me. It is unfortunate. He is an interesting design and an interestingly designed combat. Please notice also he is entrenched. He cannot be moved while he has armor. You need to blow his armor off before you can push him away. Anyway, yeah. I feel legitimately bad for the Spy Master. This could be a really cool fight, and Montebello continue to they keep doing things to try to buff this fight. Like originally, I think I'm almost positive, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty sure that they've increased his health by a lot. Notice he's got 304 health. He did not used to have that much health. I'm almost positive of that. I can't prove it, but I'm almost positive he did not used to have that much health. And then he got that, and then that wasn't enough, so they included this, entrenched, that you cannot just throw him into the back. But you can, you just, need to blow the armor off of his back first. And I have a shit ton of card draw. Hold on. Hey, buddy. I know, I love you too. Okay, and now he no longer has entrenched, so now he doesn't get to move this round, and he's already got 3 stacks of overwhelm on him. It is not looking good for our hero, the Spy Master. I do feel legitimately bad for this man. I'm certain that he's got some fucking awesome thing that he must do, but my God, you have to actually work and handicap yourself so that you can see the cool shit that he does. That is deeply unfortunate. Look at this. 304 damage is already gone. By the time he moves, by the time he does anything, that's it. He's already going to die from his bleed and poison. Hey, buddy, there's someone here. What you're hearing is Smudge. He wants me to pay more attention to him. We're almost done with this, and then I'm going to take you outside. We're going to play. I promise. But right now, chill out for a second. Yeah, okay. So, and now now we're just done. This is just it. Goodbye. It is deeply unfortunate that this is how our brief dalliance ends. What I want Montebello to do is put those shadows onto the field with him in advance. He needs to have backup right away. He needs to have someone to run interference for him. Other incoming actions in the first round that you need to pay attention to, so that you can't just focus all your shit on just wrecking every part of him. I feel very bad for that man. Here is the prince. He sits proudly on his stolen throne. He who betrayed his house, who murdered his father, who burned down the Blackchurch, deliver vengeance upon him. Now, from a story perspective, I also want to point out that he betrayed his house, murdered his father, burned down the Blackchurch, and we killed what is potentially a lawful good man to get to him. So we are angry, or we should be. Also, Iris, by the way, used to work for the prince. She's one of the people who burned down the Blackchurch. That's why she's haunted. That's what all those spirits are, people who died that she murdered. Here we go. Prince is his own fucking thing. We're going to talk about this as briefly as I can manage, because there's a lot going on. This is a true test of absolutely everything. Here we go. I'm not guaranteed to win this one. I am not guaranteed to win this one. Several things are happening. Number one, the prince is not load-bearing. He cannot die as long as any of these three kingsmen are still alive. Each of these 3 dudes in the front, Obelisk, Gladius, Endris. These are the kingsmen. You will note Each of them is modeled after a different, pretty common enemy. Obelisk is modeled after the big fucking bears that push you around. We didn't see too many of them, but that's who they are. Gladius is modeled after the shield bearer guys. Endris is modeled after halberdiers. Each of them do very, very dangerous things. In order of danger, Obelisk is by far the most dangerous because he displaces your entire rank fucking constantly. Like, he will, as long as he's alive, all your dudes are getting shuffled around. And because the shuffling is going to be random, that introduces a whole new difficulty. Because up until this point, you have always, for the most part, been able to determine exactly what damage is coming where. Obelisk is about to pull my entire fucking back row to the front. That means I have no way of knowing who is going to go where. What damage is going to hit who. These two dudes in the back, these two shadows, all they do is hit very big. They're not very tanky. They'll die quickly, but they do a lot of damage very quickly, and they do a lot of damage every round, big nukes every round, and they are a very cool design. I want to take a moment to point out how fucking cool design that shadow is. Look at that fucking guy. That guy is fucking cool. So, Obelisk, he's going to shuffle us all around. Gladius, he is going to do things that will attack my weapons in my draw pile, and also ticks up by whatever. He's going to attack the weapons in my draw pile, and he's going to try to apply debuffs. And Endris, he's going to throw shit into my deck, and also he attacks entire lanes. Okay. Oh, there's more. As long as any of the King's men are alive, you will note that all of my things cost 1 stamina more. All the Kingsmen need to die for the Prince to die, so we're going to focus on them. We're going to go after Obelisk, then we're going to go after Endris, then Gladius, in that order. If we have the bandwidth, we will go after the 2 shadows, because they are a pain in my ass. The only one who is truly important is Iris. Iris, if Iris dies, this is all over. And because we're about to be shuffled around, it is entirely possible that Iris can just be fucking killed in their first action. It is entirely possible. So, we could very suddenly end. We could end very, very suddenly. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to start off by throwing some guys around on our map. We're going to start off, we're going to put armor guy in the front. We're going to put, we're keeping the health guy in reserve. I am going to put will guy right here, and I'm not going to throw any more of them out just yet, because I'm going to conserve some of her will. Okay, next. We are going to hit reserves, so that the back row now has 2 stacks of vigor. We're then going to cast some expensive things. First, we're going to cast Rivalry. We got that for free because of the vigor. And next, we are going to cast... What else are we going to cast? Throwing daggers? Do I have anything worth using off of throwing daggers? Not really. Not really. Let's get another of those. Okay. Oh, also, there's one other thing. You notice this red action ribbon? Normally, it's in the front, then it's in the back, then it's in the front, then it's in the back. On the Prince, there is no delay. There is no CC. Displacement does nothing. Everyone attacks. 6 actions are incoming every round. This is about to get very chaotic. We are going to potentially lose some guys. We're going to do our best. Here we go. Oop. I did that for the armor, but I should have started with this. Hang on. So... get some bleed. Not bleed, because all of these guys have magnificent plate. Okay. Okay, good. We are now going to put this focus fire on the Prince. Actually, I probably should have put it onto Obelisk. I'm doing stupid. I made a decision right there based on trying to show off. When I realized, oh wait a minute, I'm taking this seriously. I forgot. Okay, up to 12. I'll be very, very happy. Be very, very happy if we can pull... I don't care about this kite shield. I'll be very happy if we can get at least one of these guys off the fucking board. Be very happy. Okay. Worth the risk. Okay. Now. Ooh, that's not bad. Okay, okay. Yes. So, whirlwind. All right. Okay, okay. That is a huge amount of pressure taken off. They will now no longer. They now no longer have any. They don't. With the death of Obelisk, they no longer have any displacement, which means my back row is for the most part safe against everyone but, well, Indra's and the two shadows. We are now basically in the clear. As soon as you can kill Obelisk, you are okay. I'm not kidding. Obelisk is the one that's going to be causing the most amount of damage to you because he's shuffling your shit all over the place. For the same reason that the Warden is dangerous, Obelisk is dangerous. Obelisk first, then Endris, then Gladius. If you have extra stamina, go after the shadows because they're a huge pain in the dick. But apart from that, we are. I'm satisfied that we are. Oh, that was stupid. I'm satisfied that we are now. We're now good. That was awesome. You see that? That was great. So I threw a talent. I threw a talent, which is where are you? Deal 8 damage for each active spirit. This dude, he's already got 6 overwhelm on him, and Rolfwick has the spirit that was on Rolfwick duplicates the damage of any talent. So I did that, and it did it twice. So now Gladius is basically dead. And that is all we can do this round. Okay. I am satisfied with where we are. That's a pretty good turn run. It's a pretty good turn 1. Okay, cool. Yes. Let's get rid of you. All right. So. Just so we're clear, this game is now over. As soon as Obelisk died in turn 1, that's it. We're okay. They no longer have... At this point, all we really need to do is just burn through everybody's shit. I am, however, going to make an effort to try to actually pull this one off. By the way, as soon as Endris dies, all of my cards will go back to their normal price. Doesn't really do anything, but, you know, why not? Cool. Now everyone in my back row gets a bunch of armor. Well done. Okay, so, Hidden Strike. Pay attention to this card. This is something that Endris throws into your deck. If it's played, you banish it. If it's unplayed during cleanup, whoever owns this card, whoever's back, you see this symbol? That symbol corresponds to, see, this is my bear. This is the symbol that is my bear. So any card that belongs to my bear will have that symbol on it. So this is this symbol's card. This person needs to play this or take 15 damage. Not to vitality, just 15 damage. So it's not super scary. Don't need that at all anymore. All right. Okay. That's a problem. Okay. Damn it. Okay. I played a card off of Shipwright so that now he only has 1 stamina remaining, so he can't play Barrage, which means Barrage is actually going to go into the discard instead of the draw. So I'm not going to see Barrage again for a little bit. That's unfortunate. Unless I can... unless I can kill... Is it possible? That is not possible. Oh, no. Wow. Hold on. I'm staggering around trying to find some way of killing ANGRIEST so that the cost of barrage goes back, but it's not going to. We're fine. That's it. Hey buddy. Hey buddy. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right. I got you. Yes. Good boy. Hello, Nemo. Good boy, Nemo. Good boy. Yeah, that's my buddy. Good boy. All right, so. Sorry, this is like Nemo was trying to determine how exactly he was going to get onto my lap with my legs all flopped around the way that they were. So I had to reposition myself, and it still was too complicated. So I picked him up and put him onto me, and now he's very happy. Oh, this happy boy. You know something? Listen, I am not ashamed to say I get very embarrassing about my cat. All of my cats. I will also baby talk to Smudgy, and you cannot fucking stop me. All right, so first of all, let's just say goodbye to ANGRIEST. He can be done. 1 fucking health. Sir, are you fucking serious? Okay. Well, now, that's it. Nope. Dang. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. Hey, Prince, how you doing? Look at this motherfucker all by himself. Look at that. See that? I'm very angry. In case it's not clear, I'm very angry. As soon as I made the headcanon that as soon as I came up with the headcanon that the Warden is potentially lawful good, it made me fucking angry about the Prince every time I get to him. I do, in fact, take this game very seriously. All right, so we are... Yeah. Okay, so 6... What are you up to? 12 times 2? 11 times 3. Let's do 11 times 3 plus 12 times fucking 150%. Bye, fucker. Okay, so a successful run. Epilogue. The Prince lays ahead of you, grievously wounded but still breathing. House Blackfoot is victorious, but the fate of this ender must be settled. The Prince lays slouched against the base of the throne, clutching his wounds. So does Landon plan to burn my city too, or conquer it? Oh god, that is a bad voice for him. I'm going to come up with a better voice for him. You don't respond. A house is at war for far too long, he spits, still managing to draw breath. So many years of bloodshed. My father dreamt of peace, but could never see a means to it. It brought him great sadness and longing. So I vowed it would be my legacy. I would bring us peace, make my father proud. But then Landon came to Blackchurch. My father began to regain hope. He'd say, the great Landon was a leader with whom we could broker a peace. He spoke with such admiration and love that he had never directed at his son, for a man he had never met. Parents, pay attention to your children. Tell them you love them every so often, that you're proud of them. Otherwise, shit like this happens. His voice takes a darker tone. So I burned your Blackchurch to the ground, till the sky went black, until you couldn't breathe through the ash. But when I returned from that victory, I did not see pride in his eyes. No, he wouldn't even meet my gaze. Ruin, he kept saying, as if in a trance. You've brought ruin, nothing more. He foresaw all of this, that Landon would come for me, that you would all come for me. He noted more virtues and qualities of your people that night than he'd ever mentioned of me. I couldn't bear to hear it. So I did what I did. And I was rewarded for my sins, of course. A festival held in his honor. The bitter irony of it. Even now out there in the streets, they celebrate his name. They sing songs of the noble king, the just king. Virtues I do not possess. They loved my father. They will never love me. The strange stillness washes over him. So what will it be? He continues after a long pause. What fate awaits me? This is a real choice. Everybody stop. Everybody listen. Ruin, justice, mercy. You guys doing okay? Just playing? Just playing. That's that hissing and cat noise you hear down there is the two boys being making lots of noises on my first recording in 2 years. Well done, boys. Okay, so ruin, justice, mercy. What you are actually choosing here is your a starting gift at the beginning of your next game. If you have never beaten if when you first get this game, the warden is not available. Excuse me, the prince is not available to you. You need to beat the warden first, and then after you have beaten the warden at least one time, the informant tasks are unlocked. From that point, every time you beat the warden, you will have a choice. What will you do? You will either hang his head from the city walls, Malefics shall have his soul. Justice, hand him over to the people, they will decide his fate, and probably hang him from the city walls, frankly. Everyone fucking hates this guy. Or mercy, we say, you know what? All is forgiven. You get to keep being the king. You killed your dad. You murdered a whole bunch of people over in the Blackchurch, but because some fucking mouse at some point said, oh, you must allow the young wolf to survive. No. You say, okay, all's forgiven. We're buds now. You could just promise you're going to make it better. Pinky fucking swear that you'll put this shit back together. And as long as he says, yeah, okay, pinky swear. And as counterintuitive as that seems, if this is the first time that you have beaten the prince, mercy is the option you are going to take. I'm going to say that again. The very first time you beat the prince, the option you are going to take is mercy. So, you may have noticed this at the very, very beginning of this run. 3 fucking hours ago, you may have noticed that I had 3 choices at the very beginning. I had, I don't remember the names of them, but first I had a choice of 3, and then I had my starting gift. These are what these three things do. If you choose Ruin, you will have access to a starting gift that will... an extra starting gift, by the way. You get that, and then you get to choose a gift. You will you will have a starting gift that allows you to permanently ruin a number of your cards, so that you can get a head start of doing a ruin deck. Mercy. No, I will tell you what justice is. I don't fucking understand justice. Justice allows you to choose your first talent. You don't get the talent. You get to choose what it is, so that when you get to level 2, that's the talent that you will get. It will be there. It will be one of the options. That is a talent that you will get. I don't see the point. It really does seem like it's just there to give you an opportunity to mulligan. Like these are the options that are going to be for your first thing. This is what your first talent choice is going to be. And if it looks like shit, you could just say, okay, fine, I'll start over. I don't really see the point of it. And I've tried working with it. Anyway, and then finally is mercy. He will help rebuild what he burned, grant him his life. What this will give you is the ability to re-roll 5 times after 5 separate combats. You can only re-roll once per combat. Re-rolls at the very beginning of the game when your deck fucking sucks, and there's a bunch of things that you really need. You need card draw, you need some displacement, you need more card draw. If you mean there's a bunch of things that you want, mostly card draw, right? So mercy helps you build your deck better earlier on. It is objectively the correct choice in terms of reward. So the very first time you see this screen and the prince is staring at you, asking what you should do with his body, you are going to say, you can keep the crown, have a great day. And then, by the way, we will have killed the warden for no reason. That man, potentially lawful good, will have died for nothing. We will have committed the potentially, because we don't know anything about him, but potentially unacceptable, irredeemable, inexcusable crime of murdering a man, the captain of the guard for a beloved king, who was specifically, we've just been told, was known for his honor and his justice. We killed a fucking paladin, is what happened, which is the reason why we're going to kill this motherfucker, because that's why we're here. So my soul shall burn too, he growls. Perhaps that is fitting. Yeah, it is. Go fuck yourself. As you draw your blade, the sky darkens. The light of the dawn fades from the great hall. A flock of crows rush across the black sky. It is done. And we're done. That was everything honestly went just about as well as it honestly possibly could have. This is the screen that says Vanquish that I was talking about previously. Everything honestly went about as well as it possibly could have. We sailed through the Warden and the Prince without, honestly, barely taking any actual damage. I don't think that the Prince encounter actually dealt any damage to us at all. That was a very, very solid... We had a very easy time all the way through. I got lucky on some card choices, and also I happen to know how these mechanics fucking work. So... the only last thing that I'm going to point out before I bid you all a very good day is, hold on one second, so under new game, you see this right here, no challenge selected. If you are going to start this game, these are the challenges you are going to want to do. Synergize is an amazing fucking card. It costs 4, which means you're not going to be able to use it right away, but what it does is you select 2 cards from your draw pile. Whenever you draw one, you move the other to your hand. Do you remember that card I had called Barrage that kept on jumping back into my hand? Yeah, you use Synergize to pair that with something like Red Powder or something else that is crazy powerful so that it just keeps on, these 2 very strong cards keep on jumping into your hand. Synergize is fucking great. It is a fairly easy challenge. In my opinion, it is the easiest of all of them. All you need to do is just get to the Warden and beat him with a full party of 6 characters. Nobody can die. That's it. Any party member death ends the game. Blood Ceremony is no longer... it's worth it for the experience, but it's no longer necessary. Barbed Crossbow was that crossbow that I almost took, but ended up did not. For a while, this was the strongest weapon. This was the highest weapon damage in the game was 15. There is now a hunter weapon that is 20. So it is no longer necessary to get this crossbow in order to get that high thing. Blood Ceremony is exceptionally difficult. I have if you go to my YouTube's channel, I have a video on it called Blood, and Bits of Sick. It will detail how to get through this very difficult encounter that will otherwise fucking kill you. I'm not kidding. This is easily the hardest one. I'm not going to get into why it's so difficult. You can watch that video if you feel like it. Otherwise, just take my word for it. It's very difficult, and you don't actually need to do it just yet, so you can put it off for a little while. If you choose to do it yourself, the trick is take 2 beavers, put them in the back row, and put their barricades in front of them, and that's just all you fucking do. You do not add anyone until you have enough will on your beavers to make sure that your front row is fully covered by barricades, and no one goes into the front row unless they have Unholy. Entrepreneur is not worth it. It's fun. It is a very fun challenge. But Counterweight is stupid, and I'm not going to get into it. It is an underwhelming card. Hard Lessons is an interesting card if you like to do a lot of milling. Please note the order of operations. First you draw 3 cards, then you discard 2 cards. So you cannot avoid discarding these 2 cards. It's a very fun encounter. I did like it a lot. The challenge mods in this one are pretty interesting, but Equilibrium is honestly not all that important. High Flyer is the single most important one. This is Refresh. You saw me use this card fucking forever. This is one of those cards that is so damn good, there is no limit to the number of them that is still good in your deck. You can have like fucking 20 of them in your deck, and they're still very strong. You need to score at least 1,000 at the end of a campaign. I want to point out that at the end of this run, my score was less than 1,000, and we did real fucking good. The trick about this one is it says no oaths required. So you take this challenge, and then you add on oaths to increase your your score multiplier. The ones that I would recommend are first, any party member death ends the game. I would recommend adding, where is this? Whenever a party member dies during a campaign, all remaining party members lose 1 max will. Again, it hurts you if you die, but otherwise. And what was the last one that I would put in? Hold on. Damage dealt and received by ruin cards is doubled. You can get this up to 1.25. There's a couple others. Hold on. There's one other one. Nope, not armor gains. Whatever. It's another one in here. You're going to, in order to get this challenge, you will need to add on additional mods. Otherwise, you're just not going to get to 1,000 score. And you want to, if you are planning on playing this game, you want this card. This card is fucking mouse tier, for real. Moving on. Humble Beginnings is a fun challenge, but Tower Shield is very expensive, and its benefit is honestly not the best. It's not a great card for its cost and for what you have to do to get it. I still recommend doing it because it is a fun challenge. You start with a very lean deck, but the end result, Tower Shield, I honestly don't think I've ever actually bothered to take it after the first time I played around with it. Lightweights, you're going to notice I haven't seen. I don't get this card. I don't care about it. This thing, enervated, it means that whoever has this will get to do nothing next round, and I don't like that. Sticks and Stones is a very fun. It's very fun, and it's also not necessary. Masochist is a very good way of getting some hard card draw. The next 5 times this character takes damage, draw a card, and that does not need to be vitality damage. It can be armor damage. It's also 3, and it's 3 stamina, and it banishes itself, and it's really not that necessary. Honestly, Refresh is just better. Like it does the same fucking thing, only way better. And they have tanks. This is a very interesting one that I do want to pay some attention to. They have tanks is one of the more difficult challenges. It is a lot of fun. I did like this one a lot. It costs 3 and you immediately regain 2. So you need to have at least 3 to start with, but it only ends up costing you 1. You can discard up to 4 cards and then draw that many in. This is a good card to have if you have, for example, it would have been good for me to have this card at certain parts in our run that we just did, because I very frequently had a handful of shit, just like a whole bunch of injuries and like minor armor generations that I don't fucking care about. So Digging Deep it is a fun card. It's not one that I would put as a very high priority, but it is a fun challenge. Waste Not, Want Not, I did not respect, and I should have. Law of Exchange is an exceptionally powerful card. Ignore the fact that it costs 3. Banish a card if it costs 3 plus stamina. Move a banished card to your hand. Otherwise, place a card from your discard pile on top of your draw pile. This is one of a small subset of cards that is all about making sure you have just the right card you want next round or next card draw, with the added bonus that this will bring banished cards back from the dead. Why that is important... Hold on just 1 second. Why that is important is... Where you at? For an example, wolves get a talent if your wolf is max rank. Wolves get a talent called Sever. Sever deals vitality damage equal to half of an opponent's max vitality. As I discovered, that's an attack. It is modified by Overwhelm and Vulnerability. If you have 1 shot of red powder and 1 shot of pink powder, that is it is dealing 100% of this target's maximum health to their vitality, and just fucking kills them. With Sever, you can kill one of the King's Guard in like as little as 3 cards. If you start with just the situation I just put out, if you start with red powder, pink powder, and Sever in your hand, throw red powder, throw pink powder, Sever the obelisk. Obelisk just explodes. That's it. It is doing 100% of his max health to his vitality. He done. That's it. He explode. I fucking love wolves. They are a lot of fun. Ladies, gentlemen, and others, I do want to thank you very much for coming along with me today. This has been actually a lot of fun. I've remembered why I used to really enjoy doing this. I have not done one of these in about 2 years, and I'm going to do at least one more to have something out there to explain how to use Moonstone the Bard. And if I continue, I may continue. I might. Thank you guys, those of you who came along with me this whole time. Thank you very much. If you're watching this on my YouTube channel, please I don't know, do what you need to do. I'd appreciate it if you'd like and comment. You don't have to. I mean, like, it's your time. Do with it whatever you want. If you watched all the way through to this to the end, holy shit, dude. What are you doing with your life? This is like 3.5 hours. Was I actually here for 4 hours? Thank you very much for coming along. Is it Jens or Jens? Thank you for coming along from the beginning. I hope that this helped, and I hope that you learned enough to start this shit on your own, because this is a really fun game, and I very highly recommend it. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a lovely day. I love you all. And call your mom. She misses you. Good night, everybody.